You see the final score, we track the revenue stream. Welcome to the show that treats the sports world like the multi-billion-dollar business it is. We dissect the ownership deals, the television right battles, the NIL impact, and the media figures driving the entire narrative. From Wall Street to the locker room, we follow the money and the people who control the message. Welcome to Press Row, the business of sports, right here on the Empty the Bench Network. Now, here's your hosts, Callan McClurg and Nick Morgasen.
All right, good morning or afternoon, everybody. Welcome into the first episode of Press Row for 2026. We are proud to be your front row seat to the intersection of sports business and sports media, right here as always on the ETB Network, live on YouTube and Twitter. He's Nick Morgasen from Plainview, New York. I am Callan McClurg here, joining you today from San Diego as always. Make sure you are following us on social media. We are now on social. We're at Press Row ETB across Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter. And of course, make sure you follow the network too. We are at ETB Network as well on your favorite social platforms. And make sure you subscribe to us as well on YouTube as we get right now halfway to the 4,000 watch hour goal. That is youtube.com/ETB Network as we are fresh off the holiday break. And everything is somewhat in a way back to normal. Nick, good morning / good afternoon. How was the holiday season? Great to see you as always.
Oh, it was nice not having to edit a million shows during the holiday break. Excuse me, if I can get my voice going back. It was nice spending holidays with the niece and nephew. We still did some live stuff throughout the break. We had a fun last show for Press Row to end the year, 4 hours long. And you might see us do that from time to time, depending on news and stuff. We might have a WNBA lockout happening again. But
not again.
Or are we just going to be moving the goalposts? But we got a really good show for you today. We're starting off with a bang. And we have two guests. David Shepard, or is known as the Good Shepard, joins us in about a half an hour from now at 2:30 p.m. Eastern, 11:30 a.m. Pacific time, to talk about kind of what happened in the final months of Infinity Sports Network. He was there for all 13 years of the network being there. It's in the same building as WFAN, 345 Hudson Street in New York City. I was in the building, so I kind of know how the structure and the setup was. Was set up, and he's going to talk about that. He went from being a producer to a host. He did two shows on Saturday and Sunday, 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Eastern time. Tough hours to do a show, but we'll get into the whole uniqueness of hosting a show that's on close to 300 plus affiliates around the country. You and I went off on this about, 2 weeks ago now?
Yeah.
How it was not really handled very professionally. What Odyssey and Cumulus and Westwood One kind of did. And he voiced his opinions. I showed you what he said on social media. Now, let's be clear. We're not looking for him to ransack and take down Westwood One Sports, which is what took over Infinity Sports Network. That's not the goal here. The goal here is kind of to just understand what happened, what's going on with the industry, and kind of just have a conversation about the business and kind of what he's up to now. He's currently a host at Sirius XM NBA Radio, so we'll get into some of that. That's at 2:30. And then hopefully Keith McPherson is going to join us at some point during the show. If you know the name, he's been on WFAN in New York. He also did social media and some other content for Jomboy Media. at some point, and he's been on MLB Network. So we're going to get into kind of the WFAN side of things and talk about New York sports media and all that stuff. So we have quite a lineup of guests to bring in the year 2026 with a bang, as you would say. And I'm already working on guests for the next couple of weeks too. So we are going to get you off to a start. I told you at the end of the year, the plan is to get people on from the industry who are sometimes even smarter than we are to make us look better on this show.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much that is the plan. But again, folks, yes, David Shepard, Keith McPherson today. Again, Keith will be probably in earlier than we probably expected. Again, he's got a sick animal on the property. I mean,
Sick kid.
Yeah, with his kid being sick. So, but David Shepard, that was coming up at the bottom of the hour. So, Nick, let's not delay any further. And the ongoing zoo involving sports media right deals with local TV continues to spiral out of control. As once again, Nick, within the last 48 hours, Fanduel Sports Networks once again missed another scheduled rights payment to the NBA franchises they currently have, has once again re-sparked concerns about the RSN model's long-term viability. DAZN, once viewed as a potential savior or perhaps consolidator for the RSN space, is now reportedly reassessing its exposure and commitments. The story sits at the intersection of cord-cutting, ballooning right fees, and leagues quietly preparing for a post-RSN future. But of course, Nick, the NBA's tolerance, though, for missed payments is particularly notable given upcoming media right negotiations. Leagues historically protect broadcast partners at all costs, but the patience may be thinning and wavering as franchises depend heavily on guaranteed local revenue. Nick, the burning question, is the RSN collapse now basically unavoidable, or are the leagues still propping up a model they know is already dead? I mean, why are we even bothering at this rate right now, if you ask me?
I mean, this goes all the way back to the Fox RSNs. That's what originally these RSNs were. We're just transferring RSNs from company to company to company, knowing that RSNs don't work. What was the one we talked about over a month ago? It was Root in Seattle
with the Mariners, yeah,
where they basically just said, "Screw you, Root. We don't need you anymore to do the games." I think they were I was reading a story a little while ago, one of 8 teams now that's going to be the rights and the distribution are going to be done by Major League Baseball.
That sounds about right. I'm trying to think. So again, the Padres were the first team to be affected, and this is not to do this for Mr. Small Market, but the Padres were the first team to really be affected. Then once the Padre domino fell, though, Nick, it led to a cascade of the Diamondbacks,
Cleveland,
the Rockies. I think both teams in Ohio.
Yeah.
Eventually, the Mariners and
Colorado.
So yeah, as soon as one domino fell, though, Nick, you kind of thought it was going to be the other teams would start following suit.
But you know what's crazy about this? Some teams are now saying, "Screw you! Why do I need to pay an RSN? I'll just let Major League Baseball do all the distribution since they're already going to do it." But does that really make sense? Because then you're not controlling the full product that's going out.
Yeah, or the old school way is coming back now, where teams are striking deals with like your local CBS station, your local Fox station, or I think the Texas Rangers, Nick, might have this right. They have a hybrid model of using Victory Plus, which is where the Dallas Stars and the Anaheim Ducks have their games. They have gobbled up a boatload of media right deals recently with like Texas high school football, the Major Arena Soccer League, where I used to work for 11 years and 7 years as a PA announcer. They are getting the NWSL next season for I think 20 games next year is going to be on Victory Plus. But the Rangers, though, now quickly to kind of clarify, the Rangers do charge like a season pass to watch their games on Victory Plus. I think it's like $100 for the full year. But the Stars and Ducks games are free if you live within the DMA, the digital market, or the digital media area.
They call that geo-locking. They call that geo-locking.
Yeah, geo-locking basically. And like the Padres put 10 games on Channel 8 here or Channel 6, which is the CBS affiliates in San Diego. You know, the Angels did that, I think, at one point with KTLA. The Dodgers did that at one point with KTLA or Fox 11. But I think, Nick, but as the story keeps building, I think you're right. Eventually, everything's going national pretty soon. Now I don't know how they're going to pull that off though, but we're literally in a way like heading that direction now, because if this stuff keeps happening, because again, I kind of saw this play out firsthand with the Padres. The undercurrent was about in 2023, hey, Bally is going to be sold. Bally is going to be going bankrupt. And I remember I was at my girlfriend's apartment at the time. We watched the last Padre game on Bally Sports San Diego. And then we weren't able to watch after that because when that happened, she didn't have cable because she was cutting the cord. And we weren't going to pay the money to watch the Padres on, through MLB.TV.
No.
But we still got to watch basketball and hockey and stuff like that. But we're just, I think now, Nick, at the point of no return, it's almost like, why do we even bother trying to keep these things alive? And I think you're right, though. I'm getting a little tired, though, too, of like passing the buck around to like, hey, who wants it? Who wants it? Who wants it? And no one wants to take the bait.
Well, or better yet, they keep climbing the mountain, and eventually they're going to fall off with these RSNs. It doesn't make sense. The RSN model is dead. Where you asked them the question, is the RSN collapse now unavoidable? Or actually, you want the real answer? The answer is both, actually, in this scenario. Because is the RSN collapse now unavoidable? Yeah, it's now unavoidable.
I think it's been inevitable since Major League Baseball began losing right deals.
It's not just them, though.
I know, but like the NBA, the NHL is going to be heading down that rabbit hole pretty soon, too.
But I would also agree that the leagues are still trying to prop up the model, knowing that it's dead, because they want to dry it up for every last nickel and dime that they can get. Here's the other thing that we've discussed many times when it comes to the RSNs. So New York, LA, or not necessarily RSNs, but local channels. New York, LA, Boston. Philadelphia, Chicago. Those are going to survive because those are major markets and people are going to watch their sports. In New York, you have Yes Network and you have SNY, where people are going to watch baseball. Yes Network is never going to die. First of all, it's owned by the Yankees. It's let me take that back. It was owned by the Yankees 100%. Now, Fox and I think Amazon has a piece of it now.
Yeah, because the Yankees play half their games on Prime Video now, don't they?
It's not half yet, but the plan was like over the 4 years that eventually that number was going to get higher and the Yes Network games were going to go down lower, which if it gets to that point, if the Yankees are not on the Yes Network for at least a half percentage of the schedule, what's
that? It's almost like, what's that telling you if the almighty Yankees are splitting games between Prime Video and adding more and more of the piece of the pie is going towards Prime Video?
It makes me think that the Yes Network is not going to be worth anything because, again, and this is a dopey question, but what does Yes stand for?
The Yankees Entertainment Station?
Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
Close enough.
But my point is, the Yankees are the Y in Yes Network. It was made by the Yankees because they didn't want to be on a network or an RSN.
Now, Nick, if I could stop you for a sec, how would you compare the Yes Network, for example, to MSG Television, where they have every team not named base or every league not named baseball? Knicks, Rangers, Islanders, Devils, Sabres are on their platforms.
Well, it's still owned by James Dolan and MSG, the Garden and all that stuff. The Garden, yes. So he owns all the rights to everything that goes on. Not the teams necessarily, but he owns the network. Remember, there was a huge fight over the rights battle, and James Dolan was the only one who voted down the huge NBA deal when it came out with Amazon and NBC and ESPN.
I remember that happening.
Because he's the last one in a dying breed that says, I'm not giving up my MSG games to be on Amazon or to be on NBC. Which, to be honest, I don't blame him because he owns a network that has a lot of content on it, and it was originally worth a lot of money. He should have sold it, in my opinion. But
which in a way shocked me that we even had a story that the Red Sox and Dodgers actually said we would be for a shared TV model with the rest of Major League Baseball. I'm I don't know if I fully buy that because especially with the Dodgers. I think their deals I think theirs is worth billions of dollars with Spectrum Sportsnet LA. And then we even talked about, though, Nick, too, there was talk that Spectrum, Time Warner Cable, Spectrum was going to sell off the Laker TV station because they were losing money on the Lakers.
they're losing a shitload of money on Spectrum Sports Network, or Time Warner, as you said.
Yeah.
Because they were hoping that they were going to get a boatload. I mean, should the Lakers really be complaining because they just got a $10 billion valuation on their franchise, which they didn't even sell the whole thing off, by the way?
They sold that part ownership of the franchise to the Dodger ownership group.
Because I think by law or NBA bylaws, to be an owner, you have to own at least 15% of a franchise. So that's why they didn't sell off the entire thing. But it did lead to, if you remember correctly, the on-site fighting between the Buss family.
The Buss family, yeah.
And Jeannie basically said, I don't need you brothers anymore. Bye. And
yeah, because we were on air when we found out that the other two brothers had resigned from their position to start like their own new capital investment group in a way for sports.
I don't blame them, though, because sports can be a little volatile at times when it comes to ownership in the business. Is it hot?
Which by the way is a good tease. Coming up, I believe, either next month or in March, there will be a small market edition episode about families owning franchises, because I've seen it firsthand with the Padres and their ongoing battle to sell the franchise. We'll talk about the Broncos, the Texans, Padres, the Dodgers' ugly divorce with the McCourt family in 2011.
Keeping the parking lot. If you remember, that was a whole lawsuit.
Yes, I do remember that.
Because he's like, you can take my franchise, but you can't take my parking lot. And then I think they had to work out a deal or something on.
By the way, it still has a working gas station in the parking lot too at Dodger Stadium.
That's kind of smart, though, if you think about it.
Union 76 has sponsored that team since they came out here in 58.
But that's kind of smart, though, so that cars don't break down or the inconvenience or whatever. That's
especially when you got to sit in LA traffic heading home after a game's over if you leave early.
That's kind of convenient if you think about it. But long story short, I think the answer is yes to both of these, because the NBA is trying to prop it up. MLB has been dying on this sword for how many years now?
And who knows about the NHL? I mean, I'm kind of glad the Ducks got off of FanDuel, SoCal, and West, for the simple fact of now I can watch games on my phone for free. It's not part of the cable package.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. What you said about Victory Plus, that's the new model for sports, where everything's going digital. You asked before, how are they going to make all these games national? It's called digital platforms.
Yeah.
That's what's going to end up happening.
That's why I'm very much intrigued in a way to see how does this baseball season look on television when, this whole new ESPN model happens. And
30 games?
Well, not really that, but I think the Padres had to put a statement out about the turnover of the rights going to, to whatever they're calling this ESPN local TV model. And they were very much adamant, whoever's on talent wise is still going to be there. So Don, Mark Grant, and all the other people are going to be there.
It's a license deal, essentially, with the ESPN digital deal they made with MLB.TV. But excuse me, what I read apparently is that's not going to take place now until 27. They're talking about.
There's even a season. We'll talk about later.
Good point. I totally forgot to mention that too, that there could be a lockout, which we know there's probably going to be a lockout because they never are going to agree to a salary cap demand.
I think it'll be more inevitable if the Dodgers go 3 in a row.
I guess, but at the same time, this is just failed Fox RSNs continuing to be flown around. The Bally's situation before it became Fanduel Sports Networks, which, by the way, spent a shitload of money to bring in talent, including someone who was on this show, it's Stan Verrett, or
who I hope to see in February,
or the Golics, who were on DraftKings Network. And remember, I told you they went away from giving talent money and creating shows. They're now just not sending, but they're sponsoring pre-made networks now instead of doing the actual work because they knew it wasn't making them any money. I think FanDuel is learning from the DraftKings situation and saying, look, it's too much money to produce all this content. We'll just we'll throw the gasoline on the fire sponsorship-wise and continue to do it that way because we can then control how much we're putting into a already made product. Look with Levitard and DraftKings. They keep renewing deals because I don't know if it's making them any money, but it's a consistent model that they know it's going on something that they can trust. Unlike
Yeah,
something
I feel like that the inevitable is coming, and that probably I'd say by the end of the seasons, Nick, these platforms are these stations going to be off the air.
the thing is, the Golics will be fine. If they were to go off and do their own show, I think they'll be fine. Kay Adams, Up and Adams, which actually I happen to like watching, by the way.
Genius show name, by the way.
It's great. And people
Up and Adams, that's great.
Nico, who our head of social, actually was a board op for her show at Sirius. She started at the fantasy channel at Sirius XM and was doing a lot of stuff there. People think she's just like I hate to say this, but like a ditzy, like she doesn't know anything about sports. That was the reputation she had gotten originally. She actually knows football very well. She's very good at what she does.
It's kind of like the stereotypical response to Mina Kimes being on NFL Live or Laura Rutledge being on NFL Live. Like, come on, people.
And like, she gets all the big interviews, which is impressive too. She's had Kevin Durant and James Harden on the show. I don't know if it's just a football show or not. I don't know if that's the premise. I think she's more into football. I think that's why it leans that way. But I'm curious to see what the show's going to do in the off season.
Same.
I think she knows NBA. I'm sure she. My hunch is that it's a fuller show, probably. But when you have 1.5 million, 2 million followers, she's not going to need FanDuel if it goes under. I'm just going to say that now.
Yeah, I think before we move on here, Nick, before we get to David Shepard at the bottom of the hour here to talk all things ISN and his career, if I'm DAZN, I'm not touching this deal. I'm not touching these networks right now with a 10-foot pole.
Oh, Main Street Sports Group. Yeah. When that news came out, I said no. I said, why would you spend money on outdated RSNs that date all the way back to Fox? It didn't work. It didn't work then. It didn't work with Bally's. It's not working with FanDuel. You're going to take that. Now DAZN's going to try and take it?
In a way, it's like that old beat-up car that sits in your driveway and you spend so much money to try to get it back to start. You put in a new converter, a new battery, a nice paint job, and it still doesn't start, or you can't drive it around the neighborhood. That's kind of what it feels like to me, if you ask me.
I mean, to sum this all up.
And all the failure.
Couldn't agree more.
All right, let's move on here. The NBA delivers its most watched Christmas Day in 15 years.
Woo!
Ooh. Okay. And that's with the NFL invading on Christmas now, by the way, because the NFL doesn't make enough money during the year. More than 47 million viewers in the U.S. watched NBA games on Christmas Day across Disney networks, 45% increase year over year. In the league's Christmas audience in 15 years, excluding the lockout season. The numbers arrive at a critical moment as the NBA prepares to reshape its media rights portfolio, even though they just did it with ESPN, NBC, and Amazon. This surge challenges the narrative that the NBA is losing casual fans and undergoes the continued power of appointment viewing when games are properly packaged, scheduled, and marketed. Does this Christmas Day success strengthen the NBA's leverage in media negotiations, or is it masking deeper regular season engagement issues?
I think it's partially masking regular season issues.
I think they're trying too hard to split this up into too many different networks.
Yeah, I would agree with that too. I mean, because, I think, Nick, a lot of people usually say that they won't watch basketball. I think Johnny and Nick said this a while back on MTGP, that they don't really care for the basketball season till Christmas Day or once the calendar turns, though, for March Madness, for example, because you're consumed by the NFL, where I'm the total polar opposite of everybody on this platform and this network, where I'm, anything but the NFL is fine for me. But that the NBA, though, I think is still masking some problems that they've had, though. Again, the talks of expansion, the players that have been injured all season, the rigors of the, load management being a thing. Can we call the NBA Cup a gimmick? Yes, though Colin Cowherd said that he actually likes the format as much as I do as well. But I think you're right, though, Nick, that the NBA, I think, is also, they're just trying too damn hard to, in a way, say, hey, we're still here. Come watch our product.
I mean, the Emirates Cup situation where they tried so hard to get originally Amazon or Netflix And eventually they ended up putting it on on ESPN for the first year.
Then they put it on Prime, and then they started putting, and I think every game was on Prime Video for the NBA Cup, minus I think one Tuesday night, I want to say.
Now, our next guest can talk more about the NBA more than anybody since he's on NBA radio. But I'm curious to see what his thoughts are on the Emirates Cup. I can't watch it. You're a fan of it. I can't watch it. It's too confusing for me. Like, what's a cup game and what's not a cup game? I get it. I know the NBA floors, all that nonsense. But when you look at the schedule, you can't tell the difference.
Yeah, I mean, you can't, other than that teams will note it in the schedule. Like, hey, they'll put like the cup logo next to it, or they'll have a different color on the schedule that it's this or it's that. Again, I personally, again, like it. I like the idea. Again, I think more about player 13, 14, two-way contract guy more than the superstar guys. And that's like
that's
the
fine.
only, yeah.
That's totally fine. Because those guys are making between $500,000 and $700,000, which by the way, we shouldn't be sneezing about because you and I wish we could make $500,000 to $700,000 a year. But I think those guys are more what that tournament's about, more than the Kevin Durant's and the James Hardens and the LeBron James of the world.
I don't know. I still think that the NBA on Christmas Day is still special. Can LeBron and Draymond bitch and moan about having to play on it because, well, you're on two of the most well-known franchises in the NBA, either all time or recently. And in a way, the Knicks and Lakers playing on Christmas Day, Nick, is just like the Lions and the Cowboys playing on Thanksgiving Day in the NFL.
Yeah, but as we're noticing, that game has become dull over the years. The Lions, Cowboys, or Washington, the Cowboys. But I don't know. The NFL tries too damn hard at times to try to. I was reading again the other day. You need it costs you like $1,000 now to watch every single game for the entire NFL season.
I mean, that's just bonkers to think of.
Because you need all the different platforms. And also some of them are just on Peacock. Some of them are just on ESPN+. Some of them...
correct me if I'm wrong, isn't there a game this weekend coming up only on Peacock? It's
a Peacock exclusive.
Where, again, that went to my point that I've had for a long time, though, about, okay, say so do we know who's playing in the Peacock game by chance?
I can look that up really quick.
Before we bring on David Shepard here at the bottom of the hour in a couple of minutes.
Let me see if I can pull that up really quick here. Here we go. Doesn't look like there's a Peacock exclusive this weekend.
Maybe the following, maybe Sunday, maybe the following week, perhaps.
It might be the divisional. Oh, well, we're not going to know the divisional round yet.
Well, either way, I have long believed, though, when you put a game up behind a paywall for the playoffs, and what if you go to a bar in your area and they don't have access to Peacock still?
Well, Prime Video.
Or even Prime Video.
Bears is on Prime Video.
Yeah, and when I saw them, like, you can't be serious.
That's probably the best game of the entire weekend.
I mean, how dare you, in a way, put the longest-running, most intense NFL rivalry, even I know that, behind a flipping paywall for the playoffs.
Now, from what I understand, a lot of the bars and restaurants are now putting Prime Video.
Starting to finally come around to their senses, yeah.
Well, it's not them. They needed to wait for the NFL to make a
bar package.
Thank you. That's it. And because they couldn't do anything until that was allowed, because the NFL didn't want to give up their precious product behind a paywall without making a deal that works in their favor. So, I mean, is anyone watching Rams Panthers on Fox? No. Buffalo Jacksonville is probably the other best game of the entire weekend. San Francisco Philadelphia is okay, but am I sitting down for appointment television on that? No. Chargers Patriots.
No.
I'd be watching more for Drake May than anything else.
If I actually cared to watch, I would be rooting for the Pats to beat the crap out of the Chargers and knock them out of the playoffs. So I can laugh in Charger fan faces around town.
Right. And then Monday night, which is not a bad game, Texans at the Steelers, is on ESPN and ABC. Now, a lot of times they'll boost that up for numbers' sake, but we'll kind of see what happens there. So let's take a break on that. And our guest has entered the room, which is nice. But before we bring him on, I should do a proper intro so people know who he is. So David Shepard, who's about to join us, he was on Infinity Sports Network for a long time. Obviously, you know the network has gone down, unfortunately, and replaced. Currently a host on Sirius XM NBA Radio, which I've had the chance to listen to a lot. He's very good at it. And we're going to talk about this this topic and the merger and all that stuff. But let's bring in David now. David, how are you?
I'm well. Thank you, gentlemen, for having me, and I appreciate the kind words.
So I guess we'll start with this. When you found out the news about ISN, what was kind of the general first reaction when you heard that ISN was going away?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I was taken back. I'm still. It's been almost 2 weeks. I'm still processing this. I felt like this was us at the 11th hour, and we've been on for 13 years, and we had made a mark in this industry, and we resonated with a lot of people. And I just felt like, okay, this is someone's going to swoop in and, save the ship. Didn't happen. But I was hopeful at the time because I believe so much in what we have done, what we stand for, the kind of radio we do. And I was hoping that, someone would swoop in and save us at the 11th hour. Yeah.
Yeah, David, we here at ETB used to work with a gambling partner for the latter part of a couple of months when we were on a different platform that we were able to watch games and react with fans live on the air.
Sure.
And obviously, ISN becomes Westwood One Sports, and then BetMGM basically comes into the fray. And Nick and I have talked a lot about the kind of the infusion recently of gambling partners coming into the sports media landscape. Again, we had a partner for a bit that left California, where I live. They left New York recently, and obviously, my state has very much handcuffs. Very iron fist style gambling laws in place when it comes to sports prediction markets and wagering. But David, probably, does it seem though, in your opinion though, that we are perhaps, or that maybe corporations, radio, TV, they're kind of in a way over-indexing gambling at the expense of traditional sports talk, like you guys did at ISN for those 13 years that you were there?
It's a very valid question. It's a question that seems to be answered on their end, right? With what has trickled, what has transpired. Look, that's not my kind of radio. I'm not saying it. There's not an audience for it or a desire for it. Of course there is, and I'm not downplaying it or poo-pooing it. But I think there's room for both. When I tune into radio, this is me personally, I don't want to, and I don't know all the terminology, but I don't want to know, a prop bet. That's not what intrigues me. When I listen to radio, I want to be entertained. I want to be fascinated. I want to be just immersed in what the content is. I want to be getting lost in that and engaging in that. I don't want to be hearing about, making this double parlay. That's not interesting to me. Now, I do know where we are in a society standpoint. You go to any college sports team, doesn't matter what level, most of them are betting and betting on their phones. I recognize that. But I don't think we should go so far in that direction. And that's just my opinion. I definitely think there's room for both, for sure.
So I want to engage the audience and talk about your show, because I was a late night listener. I watched on YouTube a lot. And
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
And that's a tough slot to be on from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday. And you had one of the more engaging audiences, I would say, on the weekends when it came on the network. Can you kind of talk about, one, how tough it is to put together a 4-hour show in that slot, and just talk about the family aspect, which you talk about all the time on your shows, because it does feel like family when listening to your shows.
Well, I appreciate the kind words. That's what it felt like to me too. And that's what radio is. You know, I'm very lucky in that I got afforded an opportunity a few years ago to start hosting overnights. And I never look back because I've been in those shoes. I've worked hours, which are unconventional, but to have that company, to have that group and that community, that's everything. That's what radio is at its core, is unifying a group of people that have sports in common but come together for something even more. And that's friendship, right? That's connection. That's what we're all aspiring to. I don't know how much you guys are familiar with WFAN. I know you're both savants in the industry, but what Steve Summers used to do overnights, I mean, that was appointment listening because you felt instantly connected to that community. And the nice thing about 2 to 6, it's why I was happy with the time slot, was because you clear all the affiliates. So you're the only show in town. There's not, and you guys know, as the landscape is shrinking and as shows unfortunately are, being eradicated, you know, you clear so many more markets because a lot of stations don't have overnight shows. Westwood One, they don't have an overnight show. They got a show from, I haven't listened to any of their content.
11 p.m. to 3 a.m. and they repeat from 3 a.m. to 6
And
a.m.
then they repeat. And then they repeat. Now, I'm not going to comment on their programming. That's their business. It's their right
That's
to
fine.
do what they want.
For sure.
But I, as a listener, me personally, I want to go live. I want to hear what's the latest. That's the intimacy. That's the magic of talk radio. That's why Infinity and CBS was so special, because you knew you were never getting something on repeat. It was always live. It was always up to date. It was always fresh. It was always organic. And that's why it was a family atmosphere, because we were live 24/7. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, out here on KWFN 97.3, the Padres flagship where I live in San Diego,
Sure.
I could count on the good Shepard on the weekends. I could count on Amy in the evenings after
Yes.
the Padres were done playing, or I'm getting off work. I work as a public address announcer at a D1 college. I work in minor league hockey. I do a lot of, other media obligations in town here in San Diego, and I could just count on that being on, count on you guys being on. But I guess, Shep, maybe if you have a chance, maybe talk a bit about what got you into the industry. Obviously everyone had, the voice that they grew up with. Mine was Ted Leitner, Padres, SDSU basketball and football for all those years.
Sure.
But what kind of got your motor going to pursue the, sports media and of course getting into broadcasting, or in this case, announcing in general though for sports?
Yeah. So I think that for me, I always loved sports, right? I grew up on the East Coast, watching the Knicks and the Yankees and the Rangers and the Giants. And, I was a kid of the 90s. So Michael Jordan was it. He could fly. Being bald was cool. Who would have thought? Right. So there was magic to the Cowboys and 49ers. There was a pizzazz about it, Neon Dion, prime time. Sports was special, seeing and hearing Bob Costas on NBC. That was magic. And his ability to add to a broadcast and not take away from it because of histrionics or over announcing or overindulging. And I did a show in college. I didn't go to a Syracuse or a Fordham or a Northwestern. I went to a school in Bucknell that had no sports talk radio chops. And so the opening was there for me from day one. And I just was able to say things. And when you say things and people respond to it and value what you have to say, that's everything. That's everything. When you have a voice, when what you say matters, no matter how big that audience is, San Diego is an unbelievable market in sports. And Ben Woods, am I getting that right?
Ben Woods is still on the morning here.
Right.
Yes.
And then and Tony Gwynn Jr., he does a show.
Yep. Tony Gwynn Jr. and Chris Sello are on from 2 to 6 our time.
Yeah, like that. I mean, the audience that you guys have as a station, and knowing it's only one team, professional team, mind you, But knowing how much the Padres still matter to San Diego, there's magic to that. There's magic to sports. Sports
There is
a commonality that is unlike any other. You can have differences of opinions on politics, but sports, man, you bring anyone from any kind of socioeconomic status, it still unites people. And that's the magic of what this is. And to be able to be a facilitator of that for the last 5 years on a national level, that was a privilege that I will never, ever forget, nor not appreciate.
So I want to go back, talk about December, I think it was 28th, 29th was the last day that the network
28th at 11:55 with Shake It Up, Scott Farrell. Can't even do the voice. I'm gonna
because I want to ask about that relationship because you and Farrell fit in like peanut butter and jelly, kind of in a sense, like in a chemistry where you two could do everything together. Can you talk about kind of that relationship? That show was great, by the way, just hearing you two together again in that form. So talk about that relationship with Farrell, because I think that's important in this scenario.
Yeah, so he's no holds bars. He's the Howard Stern of sports, but I'm not talking about Howard Stern of the 2020s. I'm talking Howard Stern of the 1990s.
Correct. Yeah.
When he was completely unfiltered and he didn't give a damn who he was offending, who he was turning off. He said whatever came to mind. That's Scott Farrell. And I was gonna host. I was designated to host the show by myself, and then I was told by management, "Hey, we want to do something where we bring back Scott Farrell. He was the first show. We want to kind of send him off as the last show." I understood it. Legend. So we co-hosted together, but it was his name was on the show. So there's only so much I could do with interrupting, trying to get my word in, because you can't with him. It's impossible. And that's a testament to how revved up he is and energetic he is and full throttle. But very different types of personalities. And it works because Scott, while he's high character, he'll offend anyone, and he doesn't care who he offends. Where I look at Sports Talk Radio is I'm not looking to offend anybody. I'm really not. I want people to like and respect what we do and be offended by the content, but not necessarily who I am. Scott doesn't care if he offends you based on who he is, and it's why he's a legend and why he's one of one.
That makes total sense. I just want to follow up on one more thing as well. So you've been there for the whole time. You've seen incredible lineups on CBS Sports Radio and Infinity Sports Network. It's incredible talent. Where do you kind of, I don't want to say rank, because I know that kind of went around the last week or so.
Yeah.
Trouble for
I'll
that.
give you, listen, we're done. I'll answer any question you have openly and honestly. I mean, we're done. We're finished.
How would you look at the talent over the years and kind of assess it compared to other networks in a sense? Because I feel like you guys had some of the biggest names across the 13 years.
Yeah, so I think the individual that had the biggest impact as a host with what he was able to do on multiple mediums within the confines of CBS Sports Radio and Infinity is Damon Amendola. What he was able to do in getting the visual medium to complement what we do from a radio perspective was brilliant. Scott Farrell is absolutely up there. Cannot deny what Jim Rome meant to the network. Can't deny what Amy Lawrence meant to the network. And hosting full time for over a decade, same time slot in the community that she built. Someone like Jody Mack, the only host that we've ever had from beginning to end. He was instrumental in so much of what we did. JR Sport Brief, the kind of show that he did, which was very unique. It's a very unique listen.
Very different.
Let's be honest about this for a second. We need more diversity in this industry. And to have his perspective was immeasurable. The guy is brilliant to begin with. But I remember when we had the George Floyd incident, and however you feel about it, it's obviously a very heavy topic, and I recognize that, but I remember him going on the air and talking about it. And at the time, I don't know if this has changed, But at the time, he was the only African American solo national weekday host in the country in the 2020s.
I think you might be right.
You might be right.
And that was powerful. What Bart was able to do in his, couple years in the nighttime slot. We've had some, Brian Jones is all going all the way back. John Feinstein, arguably the greatest American sports writer we've ever seen. R.I.P. to him, by the way. We've had some, and guys, Nick Wright was on CBS Sports Radio. Danny Parkins was on CBS Sports Radio. Pat McAfee was on CBS Sports Radio. Doug Gottlieb. We've had the biggest names in the industry on our network. Ken Carman, Andrew Filipponi. There's been some very, very big shoes to fill with what Infinity Sports Network has put out over 13 years. Let's put it that way.
David Shepard again, folks. You might remember the good Shepard used to be on ISN, which of course has now become Westwood One. Joins us on Press Row for our first show of 2026. Shep, where do you think you would see where do you see the industry now going? Because I think we have seen it now with the influx of like the YouTube simulcast.
Sure.
The demand for social media content. Nick has done a tremendous job with every show on our network has their own platforms for clips, content, further adding on to the conversation.
Yeah.
But I guess as we enter this new digital medium now where radio is no longer just confined to radio again, now you've got video podcasts behind paywalls on Netflix. You've got the YouTube simulcast now for programs. Where, though, maybe next 5 years do you see the radio industry? Does it go more like how we are here with like audio format content with video content, or is it just going to continue to go the way that it's probably progressing right now? But what do you think?
We need, and a lot of executives are already doing this. We need executives to continue to take leaps of faith in what the core of radio should be. I was talking to Spike Eskin about this, and I've been putting up a lot of YouTube interviews that I've done over the past couple of weeks. And I've been Spike's I'm going to do very shortly. And radio is still the most talented medium out there, whether it's streaming, podcasting, television. And that's not to say that there's not amazing all-time great podcasters and YouTubers and television hosts and et cetera. But radio, what you guys are doing right now, what we're doing right now, there's no script in front of us. There's no copy that we're reading from. And if you are, you're doing a very good job of hiding it, right? So there's a lot of radio's all talent. You're not relying on a shot sheet or a script. It's not manufactured. You're just speaking from the heart, from the brain, and you're just going with what you have innately. That's why radio to me is the most talented medium. We have to invest in that. Now, use the other technological mediums and devices to bring people to radio, but we can't shy away from it. And with Infinity Sports Network, and this amazes me, you guys mentioned it, the talent that is not working right now as of January 7th, 2026 is mind-boggling. Look at how many talented people there are out there. Now, I'm not saying I have a huge following, but I do have over 12,000 people that follow me, that follow me on one social media platform alone. I put something out there, within half an hour, thousands of people will see it. That's true for 10, 15 other people. There has to be a vision in our industry for how to tap into that. And I'm blown away that there hasn't been someone out there that has seen all the talent that's been let go to no fault of their own and hasn't done something or thought of something to make that matter and keep that momentum going.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
Yeah.
But I guess one from me. So you've seen the industry change in 13 years, being there from, we didn't have social media at the way it was now.
Sure.
We didn't have direct contact with everybody on air. What would you tell somebody now coming out of college on how to approach this industry? Because it's no longer
Network.
It's
Network.
Exactly.
Meet as many people as humanly possible. This is a relationship business, and it is not. There's always going to be a Bob Costas. There's always going to be a Dan Patrick, who are just immensely talented and undeniable. But so many people get their opportunities and get looks because of friendships, connections, and relationships. Network with as many people as humanly possible. Keep in touch organically, and then allow the career to take care of itself.
That's an interesting way of putting it. And I saw you put a message out on social media that you're going to be doing your YouTube channel and putting stuff up there. Is the plan to continue to do like what you're doing or what you did on ISN with the show, interviews, other stuff? Because like we'll talk about for the last couple of minutes just that you're on Sirius XM NBA Radio, and we'll get to that in a minute. But what's kind of the plan there with the YouTube channel?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So every day I want to be putting out something. Every day I just want to be putting out something that's relevant. You may see some throwback interviews, you may see something, but I want to make sure that what we built at CBS Sports Radio / Infinity Sports Network doesn't dissipate and it doesn't die, because I'm very proud of what we did, and I don't want that to go all for naught. So I would encourage any host, based off what we have done over the last 13 years, seize this opportunity. Strike while the iron's hot. We still got people that are interested in what we have to say. 5 years from now, we don't do anything. That may change. So, and I'm very lucky that I'm very fortunate to be with Sirius XM NBA Radio, and I look forward to doing a lot of shows with them in this upcoming year. So I'm excited about that. And then, yeah, I mean, I'm very fortunate that I have the right people that believe enough in me over there, that were able to see me for who I am and renew my contract. And, but I miss the network, man. It's still, I told you guys at the beginning of this interview, it still doesn't feel real. I've never seen anything like this. For whether it's right or wrong, I'll let people be the judge of what happened, but we had one of the most successful networks, stations in the history of the medium, sports talk radio. Merger finance happens that is way above my pay grade. The details, if we went into it for the next 20 minutes, would be boring, but there was a clear merger. Not one of those shows was brought over.
Right.
It's equivalent to a team getting taken over by new ownership, but the team itself was producing. They were playoff contenders every year, and they were selling out every year in terms of gate tickets. Everyone was showing up, butts were in the seats. They were built. There were wait lists to get into the arena. These weren't half-packed arenas, and every player was dismissed. Every player was cast aside. I wish Westwood One nothing but the best. If they win, we all win. Bruce Gilbert is a really good human being and has a great mind for all of this, so I wish him nothing but the best as well. I don't understand still what happened and why.
I just want to clarify one thing, because I heard you say it on air and I heard Zach say it on his show.
Yeah.
Too. Was there conversations? Like, I know Zach, there was a rumor, and we're going to talk to Zach because I think we're going to have him on next week. But
yes. Zach, Zach and I have an interesting dynamic.
Okay.
It's interesting how personalities clash in this industry. And we didn't get the best out of each other. And that's a regret that I have. There's things I could have done differently. I have nothing but respect for him. He's very talented. But I wish him and I would have been better teammates.
I think you guys as a whole, as a network, did an incredible job going from show to show. I think that's what made you guys jive. Like, I'll tell you honestly, like, I was an ESPN radio listener for many years. And once I started to, like, when I pick up on your show and I pick up on all the shows during the week, I said, I actually like the family dynamic of CBS Sports Radio and Infinity better than ESPN Radio. ESPN Radio felt corporate to me a little bit. I felt like you guys tried to get the listener into the show to be involved. Hey,
they were. They were. Nick is a great point. They were a huge part of the show. Like Gilberto in San Diego. Do you guys hear him all the time? Like he was a huge part of the show. Alex in Miami, Glenn in Niagara Falls, Beck in Florida, Marshall in Milwaukee, Johnny in Atlanta, Josh in Seattle. Like I learned this from Howard Stern. People want different personalities.
Yes.
They want different perspectives. It's not all about one person. And what I will say, in credit to Zach, because I did hear him mention this on his show as well. I don't understand how he's not there at Westwood. He was very clear about, he was told that he was getting an opportunity there. The guy has done a great job building content and repurposing that and redistributing that on multiple platforms and making headlines. I'm honored to have been Zach's teammate and colleague. I just wish we got along better. But I'm sure I had a lot to do with that. Just strong fellas, you know how it is. Strong personalities. We're both very strong personalities, and but he did it. But I was honored to be his teammate, and I look forward to what he does next. And he's gonna be a great asset wherever he lands. That's for sure.
The final one for me, and I'm not looking to push when I keep asking this, but how close was the conversation? Because I heard you say on air, like you said, you had a conversation with Bruce about possibly doing a show, maybe even on the weekends. Was that ever a possibility, or was that not really?
Yeah. I can't speak for Bruce. My takeaway when I spoke to him was I had a good shot at a full-time weekday slot because of what I was able to do on every Saturday and Sunday, get the kind of numbers that I got. I was successful at Sirius XM NBA Radio, brought that element to the table. And I thought I had a really good shot at getting full-time. Maybe really good's a strong word. I thought I was absolutely being considered. And there was genuine interest on his part in terms of me being a finalist for a full-time role. Now, that didn't happen. And then to not get anything was surprising, because that's not how our conversations went. That's not the tone of it. That wasn't the interest level that I got from Bruce. But there are a lot of decision makers outside of Bruce.
Right.
Again, it's obviously disappointing, but that's the reality. They had every right to do whatever they wanted in terms of who they hired. And I wish them the best. The thing that hurts me about all of this is the audience that I don't get to continue to connect with every single weekend. And sometimes I would host 4 or 5 times a week.
Yeah, because you got the fill-ins for JR sometimes and for
JR. I was JR's main guy. I was Bart's main person. I was Amy Lawrence's main fill-in as well. But yeah, I mean, again, I don't understand it, and that's not, and at the end of the day, that's not what matters. What matters is they wanted to go in a direction that wasn't the direction of choosing me, and many others at the Infinity Sports Network. There was not a single show that was retained, and I look forward to what we all do next from here. And in the same breath, I do wish Westwood One the very best, because those are first time hosts, all of them, nationally, with the exception of Jim Rome. And I know that if I were in that position and I got a life-changing opportunity, which I did at CBS Sports Radio, I would want people in the industry to root for my success. I wouldn't want them to be haters. So I carry that same sentiment with them. And I don't know what the future is with Westwood One, but I wish them the best. I know they're getting an incredible incredible audience. That's for sure.
And the final thing we'll finish, just to promote your spot where you are on Sirius XM NBA, you're doing post-game shows, right? Is that what you're doing?
You're good. Yeah. So we're. My understanding is that we're going to be doing some post-game shows in 2026, and I'm going to be a major part of that. And I look forward to continuing to grow at Sirius XM NBA Radio. And when Frank Isola retires in 40 years, when they're or Justin Termine in 50. Or Rob Perez in 50 when the next full-time gig arises, that I'll be able to land one of those spots. So you gotta hope for the best, and you gotta aim for the best, and you have to. You guys have seen this with McAfee and Rome, young Jim Rome. You gotta call your shots, and you gotta work for those shots every single day.
Oh, I remember the very young Jim Rome days when he was on Extra 690 in San Diego, and that was a murderer's row here in Southern California.
Yes, and it's funny because we talk about relationships. The relationships he's had in his career, he's great to begin with, but that has also been a huge difference in the jobs that he's been able to get. It's the relationships, it's the networking. He's Jim Rome, but talent and fame and reputation only takes you so far. You got to have people that want to put you in those spots, that want to be your boss. And he's done a really good job of that. It's amazing what he's been able to do and how he's still going strong, by the way.
Yeah, crazy. It's crazy. And I did hear you doing one or two fill-ins on Mad Dog on the weekends. I thought I heard you doing that.
Yes. And I plan on doing more of those. I got more time. But you gentlemen know how this industry is. Look, you're going to get knocked down. We all got, not you too, but we as a network, we all got knocked down immensely and monumentally. But the fun part is, how do we rise? How do we bounce back? And how do we take what we did and ultimately become better in the long run for it? And that's the goal. And Zach, going back to Zach Gell for a second, I really do mean this, man. Nobody generated more headlines in our network than he did. Deserves a lot of credit for that. And I'm baffled that let me put it this way. Wherever he goes next, whatever organization, affiliate, radio company that may be, whatever station it may be, they're going to get one of the hardest working people in this industry.
No, I agree. He's an incredible host, unique in a lot of ways, and I hope all you guys do well from this. Because again, it's not easy when a network closes or changes or evolves. And
how long have you guys have been in the industry? It's not a cup of coffee for you either.
No, 18 years.
Have you seen anything like this before, where a successful network just all goes awry?
Probably for me, it was when Extra 690 folded operation. They tried it with 1090, and it worked for about 10 years. And then John Lynch was losing money, and then it broke off, and then they shut that station down, and that murderer's row is gone. Scott Kaplan's now on ESPN 710 doing late afternoon drive, and we've got two stations here in San Diego. We got KWFN, where ISN was, and where WWO is now. And then AM 760 only has local talk from noon till 6 in the evening.
Yeah, I can't think of much. I mean, I know a little bit of Westwood One because I produced a show for Westwood One for a couple years on the political talk side. But I'm more of a sports guy, but that's how I got my foot in the business. But I can't think of anything like this where
a national brand.
Nationally, no, not that I can.
And none of the shows get retained. That's
the part.
Not one show, not one weekend show, not one weekday show, not one.
Now, I remember hearing the news in October, 2 months before. How long? Do you know how long this was essentially going on for before that news kind of leaked out through, or no?
I don't know the answer to that. I know Bart. Did you guys see the Bart Winkler send off?
Yes, we did, and we're going to have him on too.
Yeah, and we happen to talk about Jason, we happen to talk about Jason Barrett's, I think, very classless article too on his website about Bart sign off.
I'm gonna refrain from talking about Barrett. Guys,
That's fine. That's fine.
Don't even get me. Oh man,
That's
don't even
totally
get me started.
fine. We're-
Yeah.
I think you and I agree. Both, all of us agree on that. But yes.
Well, let's just call a spade a spade. I'm not gonna comment on what he does for a living.
That's
and
fine.
what that publication is, but let me
Sure.
just say this. When Bart Winkler does his show and the show is 97% gratitude. Now, as a host, I'm not going to comment on how he signs off. That's his decision. But I do know that 97% of it was full of respect for the audience, respect for his bosses,
Positivity.
and gratitude for the opportunity. And that wasn't brought up.
Correct.
So what is Jason trying to accomplish? Like, is he writing an article to scathe someone that he doesn't have necessarily a great relationship with? And would he do that if it was someone who attended his summits, or someone that had previously wrote for him, or someone that he had on his podcast? I don't think he would have done that.
Fair.
That was not fair what he did.
Correct.
At all. Bart's show was about thanking the audience, thanking management, thanking Infinity. And yeah, it's not up to me to say whether or not he should have commented on the tone of that meeting in October, but that's how he chose to sign off. Now, if Jason wants to include that, that's his business.
Correct.
He said it for the public dissemination and airwaves, fair game.
Yes.
But where's the article about the connections that Bart made with his audience? Where's the article about, in the 2 short years Bart was at Infinity, the kind of companionship that he would provide so many people, driving 12 hours on end? Where was that article? And that's disappointing. Listen, I've been a national host for 5 years. Barrett's never written about me, ever, not once. Fine. If they you want to choose who you want to write about, based on the relationships you have, that's your business. But if you're gonna write about somebody, be fair-minded about what you're putting out there. And that was a hit job.
Agreed.
Nothing else. That was a hit job. That wasn't honoring what Bart did that night. That wasn't taking into account the emotional rawness of what it means to give up your lifetime gig. And Jason, to his credit, has built this publication that resonates with a lot of people. That particular article was immensely unfair and, quite frankly, inappropriate. So much for not saying anything.
Yeah, could not agree more, though.
We totally get where you're coming from, though, because I think it was last episode, Callan, or 2 weeks ago, we totally just destroyed that article because we felt that was not fair to the industry, not just him, just the industry in general. About, it's your show. You do what you want within the reasons of the rules of the company, but you do what you feel makes sense.
Is Barrett TMZ?
No,
that's what
sure
that's
seems
what
like it,
it's
though.
become. Because
Yeah.
they write about the same 10 or 15 people every week.
It's true. You're right. They do.
And they pick and choose who they write about and the kind of coverage they give. I can tell you, personally, they've written articles about people that have gotten weekend shows 1 day a week.
Right.
And they devoted columns to those accomplishments. I got a show I did twice a week.
Yep.
For multiple years on a national level, and I also got a show at Sirius XM NBA Radio doing the post game for the last month of the regular season. Now, why wasn't that written about? Why wasn't that covered? So to me, we're looking at that particular publication as a brand of leadership and fair-minded coverage and professionalism. It's not. It's about writing and covering the people you like and putting out articles about the people you have previous relationships with. It's not about writing about the industry.
No.
Because if it was writing about the industry, when you wrote about Infinity Sports Network, Jody Mack is getting mentioned in that.
Correct.
He wasn't. Who was mentioned in that was people that they're friends with that have probably hosted 5 shows at the Infinity Sports Network.
Correct. And that's the unfortunate part of that platform, and I'll get off the topic. But my point is that, you're right. It's very biased leaning. That's the word I would use for Barrett Sports Media, which is the name of his site. But you know what? It is what it is. It's like you said, try to remain positive and move on to the upper and what you're doing at Sirius.
And Nick, and sorry to cut you off, but I think Jason can do amazing things in this industry. I think he has that capability.
Yes.
It's just a shame that that particular publication has been all about propping up certain people and ultimately disparaging others, where it should be about covering the industry.
Agreed.
And about promoting the industry, not trying to tear it down like it's a second-rate version of TMZ.
Well, it's funny. When Callan and I talked about the article, I kept saying to Callan, like, why is he injecting his opinion into what's supposed to be a journalistic-ish looking view?
Right, but he wouldn't have done that if it was someone else.
No,
he
I'm
did that
agreeing.
because he did that because it was Bart. That can't be where we're going as an industry.
Agreed.
Where we pick and choose who we like, who we don't like, because there is no way you can listen to that final show and say, yeah, Bart was ungrateful, Bart was unruly, Bart was uncooperative, Bart was unprofessional. Not a chance. Not a chance.
I watched that 10 minutes because he put it up on social media. I watched this video more than multiple times. I watched that video multiple times. And it was just an incredible last 10 minutes of the show. So I just feel like let him be. If you don't like it, don't listen. That's what they say they have a dial for, right?
Yeah.
So it is what it is. But David, we appreciate your time, giving us all the time you gave us, and I look forward to listening to you on Sirius XM NBA Radio too, and hope to talk in the future.
Great. Hey guys, honestly, you guys are very good at what you do. Really enjoyed this, and thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you again, Shep. We love you, man.
All right.
You guys too. Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah.
All right. The good Shepard dropping by. David Shepard of Sirius XM Radio. I mean, Nick, he said 20 minutes, though. I mean, he gave us all the time in the world, and we cannot be more grateful. And I think, though, Nick, really shining a light, though, about how really cutthroat, though, this damn industry can be, though.
No, it is. It's a tough industry to kind of live in. And you know what? We just got to work harder to be more positive in this industry, because if we don't, then we're just going to run into this part of the industry where gambling unfortunately takes over. And by the way, I think he nailed that last part to a T on
without a doubt.
And by the way, I just want this to be clear to the audience so that when people go back and watch the show and they say, well, you guys don't like Barrett Sports Media. Did you tell him to say all that stuff? No. We did not tell. That was passion. That was opinion. That was his thoughts on how. And by the way, I think he nailed that to a T. What he said about Bart's stuff.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say?
Oh, 1,000%.
I mean,
I don't think he stuttered.
I thought the comparison to TMZ was actually pretty accurate-ish.
I mean, because the article kind of came off like it was.
And I think he's right, because how many articles have we seen on Colin Cowherd, on Barrett Sports Media, or because he's got a relationship with Callan, come on, because he used to work some ESPN management stuff. What are some of the articles we would see on there? Like from names
that one about Beadle and Smith having their issues too.
Oh, Stephen A. Stephen A. is always going to be an article on that site. Always. Like, I'll quickly pull up and then we'll move on. Which, by the way, thank you to David. He gave us way more time than I expected, which is nice. We appreciate everyone who comes on this show and is willing to give us time. Like, I'm looking at the front page right now.
By the way, a quick heads up. Don't forget, we will be having Keith McPherson joining us a bit later in the show, too. So don't go anywhere. We got plenty more coming up with one more guest later today.
Hopefully, when I find out more, I'll let you. Oh, he said he could do 5. Can we push to 5?
Sure.
All right. Well, so you're going to get an extended show today. A little bit. 5 o'clock. Because I want to make sure we get this interview in. But let me just respond back to him. Okay. So overall, how would you sum up kind of his ISN journey a little bit.
I mean, I would feel the same way. Like even 2 weeks post mortem, it still doesn't feel real that you're no longer a part of the platform like he is.
His journey is incredible because he's worked with many titans in this industry. CBS Sports Radio and Infinity Sports Network had some of the biggest names in the lineups. You had Jim Rome, you had Doug Gottlieb, and then from now, Zach Gelb and JR Sport Brief, who, by the way, like you heard him say, he's a unique guy in the industry. That's for sure. Working with Amy Lawrence on the overnight hours, which are tough. Him doing a show from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday morning. And by the way, he pointed out something which most people, if they don't know the industry well enough, that slot sometimes is a good slot on Saturday and Sunday early morning from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. because you clear all the affiliates.
Right, as he said.
And just in case people don't know what that means, CBS Sports Radio Infinity Sports Network has a list of hundreds of affiliates. And if you look at clearances, 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., for the most part around the country anymore, is not going to have a local overnight host anymore. So they're looking to fill network programming. So that, believe it or not, it actually was in his favor because he had a lot of people listening to him around the country at that point in time. I love David. I think he's going to be great. He's doing the post-game show on Sirius XM NBA Radio. I hope he does more fill-ins. I heard him on Mad Dog a few times. But he'll be fine. I'm not worried about him in the industry. He's going to do a lot of great things. All right.
But yes, we will, though, folks, be having Keith McPherson later on, right after the show ends. But he'll be on at about 5 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock Pacific here today. But yes, Nick, we'll get back to the task at hand. This one's interesting. But, of course, Anheuser-Busch's Bud Light made a decision to use snow from the former Buffalo Bills Stadium of Highmark Stadium to create a commemorative beer for the last season this year at the original Ralph Wilson / Highmark Stadium, which is a textbook example of experimental marketing, blending nostalgia, scarcity, and regional pride, all while generating organic social media reach. It's less about the beer and more about how brands are manufacturing emotional connection in an era where traditional ads struggle to break through to the fan base. So, Nick, is this, though, a brilliant fan-first marketing activation or a gimmick that will only work once and once only?
So I'm going to get my beers mixed up because, again, I'm not a big drinker like you are. Which is the one that did the mountains? That turned blue when the beer was
light.
Okay. So it kind of feels like that gimmick a little bit in a sense. But this is actually physically putting the beer together with the snow. Which is that, and again, not to be a physics nerd or a science nerd, but snow is water. We all know that. So they're not really using snow. They're converting snow down into water. Let's just be. But is it cool? Yeah. I'm not the biggest beer drinker, so does it really affect me as much? What do you think, Mr. Beer Drinker over there?
I don't know if I would actually want to drink it. Like I would want to keep the can or the bottle, whatever they use. I would want to keep one as a collector's item and not even open it. Like, believe it or not, in our trophy case here in my living room, my dad has an unopened bottled Coca-Cola from the 1997 Super Bowl in San Diego when Green Bay played Denver here that he never opened.
Wait, really?
And it's got the logo of the Super Bowl that when it was here, I think it was Super Bowl 33, I want to say that was here in 97.
Wait, he was there?
He wasn't there, but I think all the local grocery stores in town were selling Coke bottles or like in the six-pack.
Logo on it. Okay.
That had the Super Bowl. We have beer glasses that had the last game that was here in 03 that we also have in our collection from when Tampa Bay played Oakland. So like this though is pretty cool. I don't know though if I want to ruin that. If I'm a Buffalo Bills fan and I've been going to the stadium for God knows how long when they tear it down, that's like a piece of the stadium going with me. Like for example, when the Padres left Qualcomm Stadium for Petco Park, we actually took dirt from the infield at Qualcomm Stadium. We took dirt from the bullpen mound where the Padres had their bullpen at Petco. And now if you go to Snapdragon Stadium where SDFC plays, the Wave play, and SDSU football plays, they left behind a lot of like mementos like to honor San Diego Jack Murphy Qualcomm SDCCU Stadium. They left seats that were in the seating bowl. They recycled the old scoreboard that is now on display. They have blueprints when they were building the stadium. They have the giant sculpture of Jack Murphy's face that was in the end zone at one point. They have the statue of Jack and his dog outside the media entrance to the stadium. And Jack was a sports writer here. So they left the clues behind, or like not clues, but they left like a nice, tip of the cap to the old stadium. This one, though, is like, I think it's genius marketing. If you're a, live and die, Bills Mafia, circle the wagons, get the tables out. I don't know if I personally would drink the beer because of the fact that the snow is from the stadium. I've been going to the stadium my whole life, for example, but also like, this is not though, Nick, like the first time we've seen like a marketing ploy like this, where, for example, the NHL shop will sell pucks that are made with game-used glass from the plexiglass. They will then drain the ice, and then they'll drain the ice and say, hey, this was from, this game of the Stanley Cup. Like my dad has one from when the Penguins beat Nashville in 2017, I think. It said, this puck you own was made from the glass of Bridgestone Arena, and the ice was taken from the arena and made and poured into the, into the memento. So not the first time though, but I think though, there was a pretty damn good marketing ploy though to use, I'd say.
Yeah, no, is it cool? Yeah. Is it going to make me go, wow? No, it's not.
Let me go see if I can find that real quick.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
While you're looking for that, like, it's not making me say, wow, that they're putting
I agree.
in beer, but like Adam Shine, who hosts on Mad Dog Sports Radio and NFL and CBS stuff on Sundays during the football slate, they sent him a can of the beer that had the snow in it, and I think he said he wasn't gonna open it. At least I don't think so.
I would hope not.
At least from what I know.
By the way.
Oh, you found it?
I'm coming. So my mom and I got this from my dad for a Christmas present about 9 years ago. So when the Penguins beat Nashville to complete their repeat of Cup victories, the league sold these pucks that actually have the water from the ice at Bridgestone Arena in Nashville when they won the Cup in Game 6.
Wow.
And it actually says official game use puck made from the glass of the arena, and then the water is the actual ice that they used at Bridgestone Arena when they won the Cup in 2017.
At least they made it clear so you could see what was on the inside too.
Yeah, but that's actual water from the rink in Nashville, Tennessee, when the Penguins won the Cup in 2017.
It doesn't leak or anything, does it?
No, there's a stopper to it right there.
Because I know, like, sometimes when you have authentic stuff, sometimes it'll leak or it'll...
So imagine that this was full of snow from Highmark Stadium in your beer for Bud Light, a way.
You're right. No, I'm with you. I don't know if I would drink it because I'd be a little skeeved.
No, I'd rather keep it as a collector's item, exactly.
Well, no, not even that. I'd be a little skeeved to drink it because I don't know if it's actually 100% clean. But...
Filter it. Purify it.
Well, that's what they do. I get that, but I don't know. Is it cool in the moment? Yeah, I'll say it's cool in the moment, but is it something? Like I said, is it something that's going to make me say, "Oh my God, this is the coolest thing ever"? No, of course not. So
it's a marketing ploy to remember Highmark Stadium for what the Bills accomplished there.
Yeah, I mean, and there's
four Super Bowls in the 90s, but not winning is one thing, but still.
Right, and they're going to a new stadium, so obviously that's why they're doing all this stuff. But
which, by the way, is not going to have a roof either, which is pretty bonkers to think, though. But it is Buffalo.
That is crazy that Buffalo, of all places, where it snows and it feels like negative 25 outside. They don't have this. All right, let's move on. DraftKings and Fanduel sue the city of Chicago. Now, if you remember a while back, we did talk about this situation where Chicago is now like charging you
They're putting is it like a quarter tax on bets at the sports books?
So DraftKings and Fanduel are suing the city of Chicago, claiming last-minute licensing requirements added to the 2026 budget could effectively force them out of the city. Gee, where have we heard that before? The case highlights our growing friction between municipalities eager to tax gambling revenue and operators pushing back against what they call regulatory overreach. This lawsuit could set precedent for how many cities nationwide attempt to regulate and monetize legalized sports betting. In Is this the beginning of a regulatory reckoning for legalized sports betting in major cities?
Nick, who the hell knows, man? I mean, we already discussed. Yeah, I mean, we already talked enough as is about how, we brought it up, but we brought it up though, Nick, with David Shepard in our interview block, the first of two today here on PR, about how I asked him, do you believe that gambling-centric content is, fully beginning to consume the traditional sports talk ecosystem?
Yes.
And it is. And again, as we have said, had a deal with Novig for roughly 3 to 4 months before it went away because they left California. And yes, I know that my state is very much, oh, gambling. Oh, how dare you? And
they
then
put
obviously
on it, as you said.
And then obviously, though, that New York also was next to leave. And then we had the laughing or the yawning emoji from that dirtbag Brent Hoffman Jr. a few weeks ago, too, on Twitter after we put out our statement.
You know what's funny, though? I haven't seen him say a damn thing since that's happened.
But here, though, Nick, I believe that now, correct me if I'm wrong, though, didn't the Cubs build a DraftKings casino right by Wrigley Field?
It's funny you say that because
look at what the Mets are doing in Flushing.
But wait a minute. It's funny you say that because Zan told me he was inside of it because they do this weird thing that the only way to get like around and inside is if you go through the casino, you can't like make your way back in or something inside the stadium. We'll have to ask him one day, but because it's technically not like full ownership by the Cubs. I think it was an arrangement deal they made.
I think it was an arrangement deal between the Cubs, maybe the neighborhood, I'd say, which is Wrigleyville, and probably, and I think, and obviously the city would have to sign off on it.
But he said, like, technically, if you go in the book, like, it takes you away from the stadium. Like, they're attached, but like, you can't go back or something. But
now I wonder the same thing about what Steve Cohen wants to build with, the new soccer stadium going there for NYCFC, which again, they're getting out of Yankee Stadium. So you're probably like, hallelujah, no more soccer crossover.
I actually like NYCFC, but
I believe though, aren't the Mets though, or is Cohen also
Cohen? Yeah.
Isn't he also trying to build a similar type of ordeal near Citi Field or on the property?
No. It's going to cause a nightmare because they're doing the thing. I forgot which team did it a couple years ago, but they're building a roundabout area around the stadium to make it
one of those things. Yeah.
To make it look like a almost like you don't have to leave the area to go do stuff.
Yeah.
And so basically they're building the casino. They want to build shops. They want to build.
Oh, yes. The good old mixed-use development property. Yes.
If you remember near Hofstra University, which is right near me, remember they were trying to build that casino area and all that stuff?
I remember it vaguely, yes.
It was one of the big casino companies in Vegas. I can't remember which. Hi, Christy. But I don't think it passed originally because
I don't think so either.
And good on the local people for crying out loud to vote in and say, "Hey, stop barking with casinos all over my town." Like,
yeah, I mean, Nick, I think ESPN writer June Lee wrote it. I think they wrote something last night on Twitter that I thought was very much right about gambling. Have you noticed ever since the arrests were made, though, in the NBA gambling scandal, we've not heard anything? We've had crickets about that. We've had crickets about that whole entire story. But again, is it the beginning, though, of a regulatory reckoning for legalized sports betting in major cities? I think, Nick, it absolutely is at this rate because I think that not only is it the integrity of the game, though, but Nick, is Dino, who again joined the lounge on Monday. He actually has a couple of episodes about prop betting and betting in general coming out for benchmarks in late April, I think.
They're good ones, too.
And they're really good and insightful. But that, sadly, Nick, to like what Shep had said, though, is that he doesn't find that content interesting. And I think that's what, you agree, though, obviously, you're kind of in on it. DiMartino's been in, is obviously in on it because we have a show called The Necessary Wagers. I was not really into it because there was no proper way in California to go about it unless you play underdog or prize picks, which is obviously vastly different than DraftKings, Fanduel, Kalshi, Polymarket, whatever else it might be. But
which are now in litigation.
But I feel like, Nick, that this might be the opening shot fired when it comes to gambling. And then I think that we're going to be having like another massive crackdown where I think probably, Nick, eventually, and I hate to say it, it's going to become illegal again, because I think that the experiment has been a total flop right now when it comes to legalizing gambling.
So I found the information you were asking about for Citi Field.
Thank you.
So it's an $8 billion project, first of all.
Holy shnikes.
The Mets owner and his Metropolitan Park received full approval from New York State Gaming Commission for a gaming license. So they got the gaming license, which is
holy shnikes.
which is one of the most valuable assets you can get in a state. The decision paves the way for a large-scale project to be built with Hard Rock International adjacent to Citi Field. So apparently it's a deal like with Hard Rock, and they're going to have all those what's the word I'm looking for? Items and inventory.
Yeah.
So it says plans include a casino and a hotel, 5 acres of green space,
public park space. Okay.
Playgrounds, a 5,000-seat indoor music venue, a rebuilt transit hub, and a locally inspired food hall, among other amenities.
So in a way, real quick, there's a similar project being built in Anaheim where the Ducks play at Honda Center, the former Arrowhead Pond of Anaheim. The Samueli family who owns the Ducks, they own the Gulls, they own a bunch of rinks around Southern California. They're in the middle right now of a $4 billion project just like this, which includes a renovation of the arena to add more seats, to add escalators, better food options. But then around it, they're adding a whole entire neighborhood around the entire building. They want to do that same thing in San Diego around our arena, a new arena, and this sort of stuff. But the arena project is good, but everything else is facing scrutiny because there's a very much stupid loophole in place that was signed off in 1972 that buildings in the area cannot be higher than 30 feet tall because of the airport and the marine life around the property, which is not even like, it's like 10 miles.
They don't want interference with the planes. That one I get.
Well, it's not really it's not necessarily that though, but it's also that local groups are saying, that the sea life could be affected by the bay, which is a couple miles away, which I don't, but I'm not going to get into those weeds though. But I don't know, Nick, about this whole thing, and I think that if we hear more about this, though, we may have to bring Mr. Bano back on to talk more about what it is like, though, having to go through these loopholes in Chicago.
But it's not right, though. You're being charged 25 cents just to make a bet? Like, I get it. The politicians are doing this because they're going to stick their grubby little hands in so that they can get part of the action. But, that's not fair. So what are they going to do? Take that off the bets? Are they going to take a percentage off every bet that you make if you want to go to the casino or if you want to go on your draft?
Only a quarter.
It's only a quarter.
Yeah. I'm going to need to borrow a quarter, SpongeBob.
Well, or I was thinking Avenue Q. But yes. But my point is, like, the regulation of gambling in U.S. has been out of control. Nick DiMartino would be perfect for this topic, too, because got a lot of opinions. We've talked about this before on Leftovers when we still had it. And he says, like, it's kind of ridiculous. Like, you can't gamble, but you can go drink and do all this other stuff. And, like, people don't bat an eye to it. Like,
I mean, like I said, in my case, it's either underdog price picks or it's tribal gaming.
Or what was it? Nick D said in Florida, if you want to play roulette, you have to use gaming cards or whatever.
California, too.
That's for roulette. It's a freaking ball spinning on a wheel.
It's my favorite game, but they have. You know what they do have, and I have spent hours when I have gone to the local, the local Indian casinos. They have the table with the cards. They have like a damn. You sit at a machine and it has the actual wheel and ball, and I go and make my money or lose my money there.
Look at all the failure.
Yeah, well, it's like I said, though, California, we're handcuffed. It's either underdog price picks or you go and play, at the local Indian, casinos out here in town. But let's move on, though.
Well, go ask Will in Montana. Will Charlton, by the way, our
Christy Wilson, too, who's in Montana.
Right. And we have all those issues going on. I mean, like, come on. Like, it's enough already with the gambling regulations. All right. Moving on. Richard Dysage, if I could say his name, Richard Dysage, that's a tongue twister, steps down from the Athletic. Richard Dysage's departure from The Athletic marks the end of an era for sports media criticism inside mainstream outlets. Dysage became a trusted voice analyzing media deals, broadcaster behavior, and industry power dynamics, often while working inside the very ecosystem he covered. His exit raises questions about whether large digital publications will value independent media criticism. Does sports media still have room for internal watchdogs, or has the role shifted internally to independent platforms? Now, this is an interesting one. Richard Dysage has been around for a very long time in the sports media industry. Excuse me. That he worked at SI, Sports Illustrated, for many, many years. Then he did the SI Media podcast before Jimmy Traina took it over. But Richard Dysage left Sports Illustrated to go to The Athletic when The Athletic was in growth mode and still is, and having the ability to be a little more flexible when it came to covering the sports media. Now, Richard Dysage is a unique, interesting individual when it comes to sports media because he sees things in a different light, in a unique passage that most people do not. I think Richard is more away from digital, away from social media, away from the way things are done today. I look at Jimmy Traina, like I said, who took over the SI Media podcast and does the SI Media mailbag and hot clicks and all that stuff over at Sports Illustrated. And he looks at it more from a digital entity, social media perspective. Don't get me wrong. I listen to Richard Dysage's podcast a lot because he does some very insightful interviews within the industry and finding out things. Same thing as Jimmy Traina or Andrew Marchand or all those guys who cover the media business.
Yes.
It's unique, but I would say Richard Dysage was definitely a little more out there than some of the other guys who cover the sports media.
Yeah, I definitely agree 100%. And, you know, Nick, I think the one thing, though, that you have long said, and I think you and Zan have said this, though, a lot of times, maybe even with Tom Albano as well, is that the revenue now from writing content is kind of, in a way, not where it once was, where now you have to kind of pivot now to a digital space like here, podcast, TV, whatever it might be, because, the money has kind of been, ransacked from the writing industry. And, I thought Richard's content was great. Now, was he a bit out of the box on some stuff for sure? I did read his content, though, whenever it would come across in the Athletic.
Yeah, I mean, what got him a little bit in hot water, you know what, let me take that back. I wouldn't say in hot water, but a lot of times he would say some things that a lot of people didn't say. And
right,
that led people to say, oh, and they would start pointing the finger like they do it up. Like when we say, how many times when I was with Nick DiMartino do I get the finger pointed at me for every opinion I have? But like, easy on that silverware. We need to keep it for the lounge.
3 days.
I don't know. I think part of it is that like Jimmy Traina, Andrew Marchand, they're more social media, digital driven. And I think he just wanted to focus on covering what he wants. He's earned that right, though. He's been in this business for a very long time, working at SI, coming to the Athletic. Maybe he just didn't see eye to eye with the Athletic. I don't really know. I don't know why he left, to be quite honest.
Yeah, and I kind of also feel like, though, Nick, too, and I think that David Shepard, who again joined us in hour one today, I think he said it right, though, too, kind of in a way that, you don't want to obviously offend people. And I think, though, that's probably a good thing, because I feel like, Nick, that too many times, some people, maybe you and I can be this way sometimes, we kind of tend to hold back because we're afraid of stepping on eggshells, or we get called out on the web for our takes or our thoughts, which obviously, I kind of understand nowadays, because you say one wrong thing, it's like, oh my God, how dare how could you say this sort of thing about
why I oughta.
Why I oughta, exactly. And I wonder, though, Nick, if that was probably part of his reason, because I think that the question's right, though. Does sports media still have room for internal watchdogs, or has the role shifted entirely to independent platforms? I mean, I wonder, though, again, like I said, about if, criticism is one thing, but if it's not in a constructive manner where it actually helps somebody, then why give it in the first place?
Well, our industry has become a bunch of crybabies, if you want my honest opinion, at times. I couldn't
agree more.
Where when you and I got in the industry, if we didn't like what we were doing, we had to make our situations better and grow on our own. Like when I was at WABC for 4 years, for the first 2 years, I worked overnights, and I have no problem saying this because I'm not there anymore. I didn't get along with the management at first when I was first there. And I had to kind of change and adjust and evolve, which 3 people who are not here anymore wouldn't know a damn thing about. And you also have to be able to do things that maybe you've never done before to grow in this industry, whether it's learning how to edit audio or edit video and that stuff.
Yeah, we actually have Zan Bando who says, fellas, based on what I currently do with the stuff for writing I do here and the stuff I do written work-wise, I feel like the model is shifting towards independent and following the creator more than the brand itself.
Yeah. No, Zan's right. And by the way, Zan is the perfect example for this because he doesn't write for a specific, he's not a contracted, well, let me take that back. He's an independent contractor, but he's not part of a brand in exclusivity. That, first of all, that doesn't exist in this industry anymore. There's very few people, unless you're a big name, like the Callan Cowherds of the world who work for Fox Sports, iHeartRadio, but he also has the Volume, which is his own independent.
Yeah, he's got the Volume.
Now, I feel like that's the way the industry is going. Like you take your, what's the word I'm looking for? Your confident job, the one that you will always have, and then on the side you start building your next venture, so you own 100% of what you're doing in this industry. That's where the model is going. Zan is writing for a bunch of different platforms, whether it's SI Now, which is part of Sports Illustrated, or just many platforms he has written for.
Sporting News,
like all these different platforms. He's independent. He's literally writing work and putting it up on different platforms. But unfortunately, I think that model is broken too, because you're no longer paid for doing work. You're paid by volume, meaning you better give me 40 articles by the end of the month, or we don't pay you whatever money we agreed upon, or it's all based on words, volume of words in an article. Can you picture 10 to 15 years ago?
Jeez, I don't even want to think about that.
Where someone said to you, well, you have to do 40 articles a week, and each one has to be 400 to 600 words, and we're only paying you based on the amount of views that it gets. That's the unfortunate, because that's what Zan and I have talked about many times. That
you have to have it in by deadline time. So if you're covering a game, you're screwed if you can't get it done in time. And by the way, real quick, Zan further says, I wanted to add on though. I feel like I use the show that I host is an independent anchor for people to see the real me if they don't care to see the excessive written work I do, and just want to be myself.
Well, yes, because on a video side, you can be more yourself. In a written side, it's sometimes hard to interpret what someone is feeling or sharing in an article, because a lot of times in journalism, unfortunately, journalism has kind of bled into opinion.
Yes, as we mentioned with David Shepard about the Barrett Media hit piece on Bart Winkler, as he called it.
And when we have more time, we'll do that in a separate minisode of Press Row. We'll go more into the Barrett sports media stuff. But the problem is, like, video, and Shep said it too, we're a video-dominated industry. We are now, if you don't do clips, like you mentioned, like I have everybody do clips and stuff for the show, because that keeps the cycle moving after. Because you imagine if we only put the show out for the one day, and then for 5 days you sat and got nothing else. And then
so literally we do the show the day, and then you get nothing from us until next Wednesday.
How does that make sense? Like, you want people now. Could you say it's baiting partially in a sense because you're trying to get people to? Well, yeah, duh. If we give you the best moments of the show in a clip, maybe you'll go and watch the whole episode.
Oh, trust me, we're going to be breaking, and Nick is going to be ripping apart and shredding that interview to bits and pieces when the show's over today for our platforms for Press Row ETB.
And by the way, we'll put the I forgot to say this earlier. After the interview was over, we'll give you the full interview separately as a YouTube video. Yes. That way, in case you don't want to watch the whole episode, which I hope you do, but
it helps out with the watch hour goal, folks.
Yeah, but we'll give you the interview too because the interview was great. Like he was wide open. Because you saw me originally, like I wasn't sure whether to push that as much in that regard of like best host. He's like, network's not there anymore. We're good, but I don't know. Tyson, we'll figure it out, but we'll see what happens. All right, quick break here because we haven't had one yet in the show, and we're almost 2 hours in. ETB Small Market Edition, Episode 7. Drops January 9th at 10 a.m. Pacific Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Sacramento Kings relocation saga is the focus of this episode. You want to give a quick, brief?
Yeah, that was another fun episode. Obviously, the Kings not obviously on people's radars. So they played the 11 o'clock p.m. NBC game last night and lost by 1 to the Mavericks. But obviously, the whole story about the franchise, though, again, they bounced around. They settled, though, in the state capital of my home state. And Nick, it doesn't matter. Win, lose, overtime loss, winning season, dismal year like this year, that arena, man, is packed and sold out. And the NBA nearly took that franchise away because, well, the arena was too old, and yet the team was still selling out Arco Arena, Sleep Train Arena, Power Balance Pavilion. And it took Kevin Johnson, longtime former Phoenix Sun, Cal Berkeley star, who became mayor to save the franchise. And I think, though, Nick, more importantly, Kevin Johnson took on his old employer head on like I've never seen anybody ever do, though, from the politics side and against the league like the NBA. And we'll talk about how the team got saved, how they nearly came to Southern California, playing in Anaheim. They were going to go to Virginia Beach, Virginia. They were going to go to Seattle, and how close, like it was on the goal line until Kevin Johnson said, not going to happen. So that'll be a very fun little deep dive on Friday.
Yeah, so tune in, ETV Small Market Edition with the McClurg guy over there. And that's on, every Friday at
every 1 Friday, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, and it will drop on your podcast app. So turn that notification bell on so you don't miss out.
Yeah, damn it. Turn on the notifications. We put a lot of work into these episodes. I mean, so check it out. Also, ETB Lounge, Episode 2. By the way, a lot of good feedback from Episode 1. Over 100 people live, concurrent, watching while we were doing the show. And I see a lot more people were tuning in after the fact. So tune into that. But you saw Callan's first episode. That's on Mondays at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 p.m. Pacific. And then January 10th, it looks like it's actually going to be live. Originally, we were going to live to tape, but it looks like it's going to be live on January 10th. So Nick DiMartino will lead the Saturday version of the ETB Lounge, which will be sports mixed with a lot of laughs and comedy. This is all comedians like who've been on the stage behind the mic, hearing "Boo, you stink." So check that out, January 10th.
Brother, this guy stinks.
Exactly. So check that out, 10 p.m. Eastern Time on Saturday, January 10th, and going forward Saturday. So Callan's will be Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Nick D's will be on Saturday at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. 2 versions of the same show. Bring your favorite drink of choice. Nope, we're not just going to say beer because there's not always drinkers on the show. Just don't destroy the silverware because we need to keep the lights and the building on.
Please. Easy.
Yeah. And then finally, Benchmarks, Episode 2. Because we kind of, like, as we were running around, we forgot to promote Episode 1.
Episode 1 did drop, by the way. I go back to revisit Magic Johnson's announcement that he had HIV in 91. Obviously, these are going to be more, I mean, they are like full length, though, but some are going to be shorter than others with this series that we're doing. But Episode 2, though, Nick Morgasen talks about the NBA's relationship with China and how Daryl Morey is a liar and how it nearly broke the NBA's relationship with China.
Yeah, that was a great episode. I had a lot of fun, especially that goes. Yeah, thank you. That's where I was going. It does have to do partially with that, by the way. So that's not hyperbole. But yeah, so like we said, ETB Small Market Edition, ETB Lounge, benchmarks. We told you we had a lot of content coming out for 2026. You can't tell me that you don't have enough content to go watch. So mosey on over to your audio podcasting platform.
The ETB weekend lineup is going to be on fire. We got Small Market Edition on Fridays, the Lounge with Nick in the comics on Saturday nights, and then Sundays you get benchmarks episodes.
You pretty much have at least one thing to watch every single day now for all 7 days. So I don't want to hear shit that you say, I don't have anything to watch. I don't have anything to watch. No, you do. You have plenty of stuff to watch. Go watch.
Exactly.
And if you help us get to those watch hours, maybe we'll start giving some things away. Maybe. But you got to help.
Got to get there first, though. All right, Nick, let's get back to the task at hand here again. By the way, folks, again, program note, Keith McPherson, 2 o'clock Pacific, 5 o'clock Eastern, once our program is near the end. But what do we got, Nick, real quick?
Just some quick comment. Zan, good show, guys. Nick said, he said you have permission to talk about a current conflict of dealing with that. Oh, okay. So what he's talking about is, so we're trying to get a certain coach on his show, a certain school that he knows very well, which you know. And we're having an issue getting the coach on the show due to SID and politicking involved. So it's interesting. I forgot that it's interesting he brought that up because the way this industry is going, and Shep said this very well too. What I said to him, what's the best thing to tell a college student when they're coming out of school to get into business? Networking. But this is a unique situation because Zan and I have been dealing with this for a year, trying to get coach on, and they're politicking in a lot of ways. So I don't know. Quickly, what do you say about the whole politicking? Since you work in college athletics slightly,
I mean, just give the guy access. Come on.
They gave a national platform person the interview, but they wouldn't give the local guy who's covered the team for 5 years.
Give me a break.
Like, come on, man.
Yeah. All right, Nick, let's get ready to wrap up hour 2 here. And let's talk about some guy named Johnny Manziel, who, per reports, Nick, has a reported partnership deal now with Kalshi, which now underscores how former athletes, especially polarizing figures like Johnny Manziel, are becoming assets in prediction markets and alternative betting adjacent platforms. Unlike regular traditional sports books, Kalshi operates in a gray area that blends finance, forecasting, and sports culture. Nick, is Johnny Football's value here about credibility, controversy, or pure attention economics for a guy that was a bust in the National Football League?
That's what I have to say about Johnny Manziel. And we might be seeing a Johnny Manziel part 2 coming out of the NFL draft with Diego Padvia soon. It's amazing. This guy missed his college game day appearance because apparently he was at the Jake Paul Anthony Joshua fight. And something tells me he was paid, and that's why he didn't show up.
He was hungover.
Who the hell knows? I don't trust Johnny Manziel as far as you can throw him. I mean, first of all, why would you make a deal with Kalshi? They're in litigation right now currently.
I mean, aren't them and Polymarket both in litigation right now?
Yeah, and I forgot the name of the woman influencer. I see her everywhere on social media. She's got a deal with
Sydney Sweeney?
No. This is a sports influencer.
Ariel Epstein?
I don't know. I don't know if it might be Ariel Epstein. I'm looking that up because I don't want to get this wrong. Oh, you're right. Ariel Epstein is the one that has. So
she pivoted from Emily Network after they got rid of the 1 o'clock talk show with her and Matt Vasgersian to.
Oh no, Ariel Epstein is Pickett, not Polymarket. But I just see these. Yes, I see all these. What are they called again? Sports prediction markets making these deals with influencers when they don't even know if they're going to survive litigation.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the main thing, and that's probably, Nick, why I'm relieved that we got that we ditched the Novig partnership after they left California and New York, because in a way, Nick, as much as we want to talk about the RSN model being a sinking ship, can we kind of in a way say, though, that these marketplaces for wagering, they're kind of in a way a sinking ship, but they're stuck in litigation and stuck in purgatory right now, or in limbo?
The problem is they tried to circumvent the rule. I'll turn that off. Turn that off. We're going to get copyrighted for that. No, we did already. That's why I'm saying that. But yeah, you're right. It is how low can you go, essentially, in this business. But I don't know, man. It's one of those things where you're just like, why get in bed? Well, because they're paying Johnny Manziel probably a nice sum of money because of his name. I don't know. I'm not a Johnny Manziel fan. Like, I know he's tried to get his life back in order, but is it really? Why do you want to get involved with that? Like, I explain this one to me, because I don't.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be investing or endorsing a product, you should at least know the ins and outs, and make sure it's a smart and safe play. Pun unintended though, about it being a play on something. Like, if you're able to get an endorsement deal, like, maybe stay away from the endorsements of a Kalshi or a Polymarket or what have you when it comes to, where the marketplace has been. And I think, though, Nick, you're right, though, that, sadly, we only remember Johnny Manziel for the flamboyant, pompous ego and attitude when he played at A&M, the whole showing the money after he got suspended for, one half of a game because of, the benefits and stuff. And I think that, like a lot of other athletes, Nick, that I've seen, that they've had that shine, it wears off after a while when they get, when they get in legal trouble, as I already documented on episode 4 of Small Market Edition with Matt Bush, who, again, I happen to know very well when he played, high school baseball here. He played for my dad, played with my older brother. He fell off the face of the earth after he was the Padres' #1 pick in 2004, and, drinking, DUIs, and, just, out of control behavior. And that was mainly bad family influences with, his brothers getting involved in Peoria, and obviously, his comeback after, the numerous times being released from teams and being arrested and whatnot is one thing. But I think, though, Nick, that, Johnny Manziel, though, is probably, could we say, those probably one of the most polarizing figures of the last, I'd say, 20 years?
Him and Dennis Rodman.
Yeah.
By the way.
Oh, we got to go to, yeah. And I agree with Christy Wilson that he is a knucklehead.
Actually, and by the way, make that a double. So, I don't know if you heard the news about the Australian Open. They just announced their broadcasters. Pam Schreiber and Brad Gilbert are out at the Australian Open.
Huh?
That's one of the stories I sent you in the Slack. So that just broke in the last hour or two. I just want to make sure I pull up the story I sent you here. So,
man.
So here's the story. So Pam Schreiber and BG both tweeted out their thoughts after they heard the lineup come out.
Oh, and I wonder if they didn't, and I'm sure they didn't hold back either.
Pam Schreiber, thanks for the 35 plus amazing years. I recall the Australian Open of 1990. After an early round loss, working for ESPN for the first time, I was prepared for more, but was told it was time to streamline. Meanwhile, my thoughts are with Eaton and Palisades fire victims on a tough 1-year anniversary.
Which is today, by the way, for those who are wondering.
But told by ESPN that they were streamlining?
Come on, man.
And then someone said, what happened to Brad Gilbert? And Brad responded, had a great 23-year run.
And just left it at that.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
there's that piece of news. Yeah, that's terrible.
And then you also saw Malika Andrews and Katie George are going to be part of the Australian Open as hosts. The other breaking news is the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette is going to cease operations in May, shuttering their robust sports division.
Wow.
I'll open that up really quick.
That reminds me of the whole Michael Kay rant about Tronk buying the New York Post and basically displacing the whole sports department.
I think he was right, by the way. But the end days of local newspapers are approaching even faster. On Wednesday, Block Communications, owners of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, a newspaper whose roots date back to 1786.
Good grief.
Announced it will cease operations for the Western Pennsylvania publication on May 3rd. In the paper's own report about its shuttering, it was revealed that Block has lost more than $350 million in cash operating the newspaper over the past 2 decades. Ownership is laying blame on a recent court ruling requiring the company to honor its 2014 labor contract. With its closure, the Pittsburgh area will lose several longtime sports writers, including Jerry Dulac, who's been covering the Pittsburgh Steelers and golf for the paper since 1993. Dulac is one of the most well-respected reporters on the Steelers beat and frequently appears on nationally syndicated programs across the country. Other names in the paper's sports division include columnist Joe Starkey, Pitt reporter Christopher Carter, editor Rob Josbury, Penguins and Pirates reporter Jason Mackey, Enterprise reporter Noah Hiles, and several others. Despite clear signs of the paper's decline, such as ending daily print publication in 2018 and later cutting down to just 2 print editions per week, the Post-Gazette kept a robust sports division as seen by the number of prominent names listed above. It makes sense. Pittsburgh is a sports crazed town, and sports coverage is likely one of the primary topics keeping readership afloat for all these years. So, another one bites the dust.
Doon.
But are we really that surprised, though?
No.
Oh, what do you got?
A couple of NBA stories have come out from Yahoo Sports involving the ongoing soap opera with Trae Young in Atlanta.
Okay.
Trae Young, per reports within the last hour by Mark Stein, says that Young was reportedly interested in being dealt to the Brooklyn Nets.
Wait, say that again?
There was reportedly interest by Trae Young to be dealt to the Brooklyn Nets or the Minnesota Timberwolves, but the feeling was not mutual, per Mark Stein. Furthermore, within the hour, Trae Young has the Washington Wizards as his top preferred trade destination, per Shams Charania. The Hawks are working to move Young, who has a $49 million player option this offseason that would make him playing on an expiring contract. And just coming out, New York Liberty guard Breanna Stewart was asked about the upcoming deadline on Friday for the CBA deal. She said, she says in part, "I am very confident that we will get a deal done. It's kind of unfortunate that it's taken this long," open and close quote. We'll talk more about that in a bit, though.
Yeah. I don't know how to feel about that currently, but you know what it is time to talk about, though, right?
What?
WNBA CBA drama.
Oh, how ironic.
So, obviously, the WNBA CBA standoff nears January 9th deadline. The WNBA and the WNBPA are nearing a critical deadline, with the union pushing for roughly 30% of gross revenue.
Yes.
Hey, what a surprise. And a projected $10.5 million salary cap. The league claims the proposal would result in $700 million in losses, a figure the union strongly disputes. Gee, the WNBA lying about numbers? What else is new? This dispute highlights the growing pains of league experiencing rapid growth but still navigating fragile economics. Is this a true financial impasse or a classic negotiating brinkmanship moment? No, this is a financial impasse.
Stop moving the damn goalpost already.
Like, make it stop. Like, guys, and by the way, you're now in the unrivaled season, so you now have no leverage anymore in this scenario. Like, come on, man. Like, make it stop. Like, hello. Like, can we flush this down the drain already?
Until the front office stops acting like Charmin toilet paper, maybe we actually will get a deal done here eventually. Now again, Nick, could we perhaps buy Breanna Stewart's logic of, hey, we're hopeful still that we're going to, and Sally, Nick, I think what's getting lost here, though, because I think, we've been kind of following this, though, as the Unrivaled season has begun, though. We should mention that Nafisa Collier is out for the season. Double ankle surgery on both of her ankles per reports that came out as well.
Season too.
If there is a season, she'll be out for the full year as well. But, Nick, it's weird, though, how we have two different perspectives. We have Fee, who, again, has gone on the media blitz before the season began, basically talked about the Unrivaled season, then kind of in a way pumped out her chest a little bit and kind of said, I know how to get things done and operate a league like we are here with Unrivaled. And then she kind of in a way was still kind of going after Kathy Engelbert in the front office, though. But then here within the last 5 minutes, though, per Yahoo Sports, Nick, we have Brianna Stewart saying, I'm hopeful, but it sucks that it's had to take this long to get this deal done. So, Nick, it's kind of in a way a little tough to like, who do you believe here when it comes to the negotiations right now with, with the WNBA and the CBA?
It's a game of chicken, if you really want it. First and foremost, the two sides are never going to agree. Okay. Originally, I thought David Sampson was telling a load of shit, but he's actually right. The two sides.
He might be right.
He might be. I think he's right because now I don't agree with him that the W is just going to shut down. He said that he thinks that the two sides don't come to a deal that the W could shut down. Now, if you don't have the players, then you have no product, then you might have to shut down. But at the same time, this is all about revenue. This is all about like what percentage of revenue are the W players entitled to? And people are going to say, but Nick, the players aren't entitled to anything. They just play and make salaries. Their salaries is what should be more than enough for these. Yes.
This news, Nick, came out within the hour as well on Front Office Sports. As if the PGA and LIV issues cannot be more further apart, David Rumsey of FOS writes that the PGA of America CEO Derek Sprague has quit his job after not even a year of operation at his position.
Well, who knows? There could be a multitude of reasons why he quit.
Per the sub-headline, Sprague is stepping down after just under 1 year on the job. He's leaving to return back to New York to support his family.
Okay, that just sounds like he walked away due to whatever situation. I don't think that's anything to do with the PGA or LIV, even though that's
it probably could be in a way, though, but who really knows? But yikes. As if golf was not, already in the limelight for all the wrong reasons as is.
Right.
Which also, by the way, the TGL teed off yesterday, and it was very fun to watch on ESPN yesterday.
Yeah, we'll get to that at some point because there's some interesting thoughts about that. But I don't know what to say about the W and the CBA. They're not going to come to a deal on January 9th. We know that.
But Nick, if knowing our luck, the last two times we've been ready for the red button to be hit, 30-day extension within half an hour of us going on the air.
I think I told you last night, right? I said, watch, it's going to be like 11:55 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to be ready to go. Lockout.
14-day extension.
Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like,
but Nick, if there is one thing, though, that we have agreed upon, and we've said this from the word go when the finals ended, and we obviously, we watched those on playback. We saw the fan reaction to Kathy Engelbert. Got booed out of the building. ESPN having to, censor people, giving her the double bird on national TV in the background.
The signs.
But also, Nick, we even agreed, though, these players better go and fight for 20 to 30% of the revenue. And here they are with this proposal.
I don't think they're going to accept it either.
No, I doubt it.
Oh, my God. Where's that sounder again? Another Darren Cahill could be out now after 20 years at the Australian Open. The native Aussie won't be covering the Australian Open for ESPN. His future assignments are TBD currently. What is going on
here with the Australian Open?
I did see a lot of new names on the ESPN roster.
But I don't think we expected to see this many veterans not be a part of the tournament for ESPN coverage.
Cahill's been a staple of not just the Australian Open, but like a lot of the big tournaments.
Yeah.
So wait, Pam Shriver, Brad Gilbert, Darren Cahill.
That's 3 right there already.
ESPN, take your streamline nonsense and go away.
I mean, I look at it more like, what the hell's even the benefit of even streamlining your content at this rate?
I'm trying to find the story. Okay, I found the story for Pam Schreiber and Brad Gilbert, which I guess we're going to have to talk about now that we're seeing all these names trigger out of here.
And I wouldn't be surprised if more names are going to be coming out very soon.
So ESPN is revamping its Australian Open TV commentator lineup, adding Malika Andrews as host. Listen to this one. Shifting Chris McKendry to play-by-play.
They're moving her off the desk into the booth.
Yes.
Oh, give me a break. I love Chris McKendry, but she belongs on the desk.
She's a great host when they.
Yes.
So
what? So does that mean that Malika Andrews becomes the new host in a way?
So it's Malika Andrews and Katie George, at least from what I remember reading in the reports.
Where the hell's Hannah Storm?
Let's continue reading the story. That's the only way we're going to find out the info. Let's see. The changes are specific to this month's Australian Open coverage. An ESPN spokesman told Front Office Sports on Wednesday the network is finalizing its announcer lineups for other Grand Slam events. So this right now, this is just for the Australian Open.
Australian Open.
We regularly evolve on our on-air teams. Talent assignments vary by event and year. Oh, give me a break with that nonsense, please.
Yeah, that's so vague and such an easy way out. Like, stop. You're not fooling anybody.
This year's Australian Open lineup reflects the specific coverage approach. We are still working on lineups for Wimbledon. Oh, stop it. The ESPN spokesman confirmed the departures of the veterans Shriver and Gilbert, who has served as a tennis analyst at ESPN since 1990, even though she continued her playing career through 1996. Gilbert, 64, joined in 2004. Gilbert, who won 20 tournaments as a professional, also previously coached players including Andy Roddick, Andy Murray, and Coco Gauff. Brad Gilbert and Pam, this is a quote direct from the spokesperson. Brad Gilbert and Pam Shriver are no longer with ESPN.
Huh?
So they're gone. It's not just they're not doing the Australian Open. They're gone.
They're gone, goodbye, sayonara, kiss my ass. Like,
yeah.
Wow.
What's that song? Goodbye to you. Goodbye to you. That, yeah.
Wow.
The big question mark is the future of Darren Cahill. At this time, the native Aussie was still with ESPN. The 60-year-old Cahill has served as a tennis analyst for the four letters since 2007.
I was going to say, he's been there for quite a long time.
But it says he could be following Shriver and Gilbert out the door. But according to the quote tweet from Michael McCarthy, it says he's most likely will be out.
So ESPN is just going to basically kill their entire tennis broadcast team, it seems like, for the Australian Open.
So listen to this. The changes are meant to freshen up. Quote.
Oh, stop it. Don't give me that shit. I'm sorry. No. I mean, come on. If it ain't broke, why are you fixing it?
The major begins January 18th and concludes with the women's singles championship on January 31st and men's championship on February 1st. After TNT Sports challenged its longtime Grand Slam tennis supremacy with a 10-year rights deal for the French Open, ESPN decided to bring in some new, younger faces, say the source.
Sure.
So, but here's the weird thing, though. Look at TNT's first year of coverage in 2025 at the French Open.
We were watching the French Open, and I thought that they killed it with their crews. They were great.
Yeah, but they're not young, fresh faces.
Yeah, I agree with Christy Wilson. Freshen up my ass.
Listen to this. John McEnroe, Chris Everett, Andre Agassi, Lindsay Davenport, Jim Courier, Boris Becker. That's not exactly young.
No, it's not.
But last time I checked, oh, wait, there's more. We're not done yet. It's like that weird commercial where they're selling you the item and they say, oh, wait, there's more.
Hi, Billy Mays here for OxyClean.
Yes. Katie George will host the first week of coverage, while Andrews will host the second week, including championship weekend. Chris Eubanks will join ESPN's lineup of match/studio analysts, including McEnroe, Everett, Caroline Wozniacki, who I like,
yep.
Mary Jo Fernandez, James Blake, Sam Querrey, and Coco Vandeweghe. McKendry will join the play-by-play team of Chris Fowler, Patrick McEnroe, Jason Goodell and Mike Monaco, who we all like.
We love Monaco. I love Chris Fowler.
The shift was expected. McKendry volunteered to move to play-by-play, sources said.
Okay.
She got her chance after Cliff Drysdale, who retired. If you remember, we talked about that. Shriver and Gilbert addressed their departures on social media. We talked about that. Chris Button will be on site in Melbourne Park providing news, updates, and feature stories. So this is ESPN trying to, if it's not broke, don't fix it scenario. Like, why? Like, why are we doing this?
Now, my main question for to get back on track here is, when does the tournament actually start?
January 18th. That's when the first round of the entire draw. There's qualifying the week before.
I was going to say, because how would that affect Fowler if he's going to be doing the CFP final on ESPN the following day, the 19th?
He's done this for years. Like, they've done this for years. So they work around the scheduling and they figure out who fits where. And also, you remember the Eagles used to do tennis too, right? For the tournament. I think Noah does the French Open, right?
Yes, for TNT.
So this is ESPN trying to fix something that's not broken.
All right, now let's get back on track here and get to some college athletics news. And sadly, Nick, some more casualties among a university athletic department. The California Baptist University Lancers have become the first school in the new year to eliminate sports programs. They've officially canned men's wrestling, the men's golf team, and the men's swim and dive team, impacting at least over 40 athletes. The cuts arrive amid repeated claims that college sports have never been healthier, exposing the widening gap between Power 5 revenue growth and non-revenue sports survival. Nick, is the college sports economic boom leaving entire athletes and programs behind in the dust like these three programs at CBU in Riverside, California?
I mean, this is just another program getting their cuts, right? I mean, the way this situation is going, I don't know. I mean, again, this is a smaller school, right? The way this is going, like this is not like a large school that has a huge NIL budget or school budget or excuse me, any like a budget that allows them say, you're not going to tell me what to do. I'll pay for it myself. No.
Yeah, so CBU went from being a Division II university to a Division I program. They left the Pac-West Conference of D2 ranks to the Big West Conference, which, of course, Nick, you might know. The Big West Conference is losing UC San Diego only like a year or two after they join the conference when they go to the West Coast Conference, which is where my university, USD, is in with the West Coast Conference, which, of course, we're losing Gonzaga after this school year for the Pac-12. There's talk of maybe St. Mary's also leaving. But, Nick, now, though, it's come to the point, though, that I've long feared in college athletics because of the fact I don't work on the football side of the FCS where I work at my university, that with where we're heading right now, which is, like the never-ending abyss, the free fall in the abyss, that now we're going to start sacrificing programs like these three programs. Now, again, that's men's wrestling, that's golf, that's swim and dive, though. But, Nick, this does not, though, come with much, this doesn't come without controversy because I believe Grand Canyon University faced some scrutiny for eliminating men's volleyball. They came under fire. Cal Poly San Luis Obispo came under fire for cutting swimming and diving, too. Now, they did, though, Nick, list some, I think, obvious factors. The settlement that's ongoing right now, but it's not going to be resolved for a while. They also, I think, listed some facility problems, but also, Nick, the other one I think that they mentioned was Title IX compliance, as we've been hearing a lot about, though, too, when it comes to the ongoing settlement issues, though, too.
Yeah, again, this is a small school, doesn't have a lot of money. And they need to find donors if they want to stay where they want to stay. There's not much more I can really say. It's just that they're a small school and they just don't have money. When they cut the money that they have and they realize that they can't compete in an NIL atmosphere with all these other schools, then they either have to decide, are they going to go deeper in those pockets or are they just going to cut their losses? And I think that's what they're doing. They're cutting the losses.
Yeah, and I think they are, and it sucks, though, because I think, Nick, sadly, we're heading down the rabbit hole of, like, more and more schools like a California Baptist will have to, in a way, make these decisions that are going to suck. And I only say that for the fact of I work at my university, as I've said for a long time. I work maybe one football game a year. Everything else, though, Nick, I work is like women's volleyball, soccer, basketball, baseball, softball, swim and dive, tennis.
I hate to say this. I hate to say this though, and it's no offense to those sports, but the smaller ones are going to get cut because it doesn't make money.
For example, like these three particular sports getting cut at this particular university, which right now I think right now that whole conference is in panic mode right now because they're losing two key members, maybe three key members of their conference to the Mountain West or the WCC within the next 2 to 3 years.
Correct. I mean, when you look at wrestling, there's really no end game to college wrestling unless you're going to go off to the WWE and become this massive talent.
I mean, other than like the Olympics, there's like really no pro wrestling league out there to compete in.
Correct. Golf, you have more of a chance, but again, you're competing with the best golfers, and you need to get a sponsor and all this stuff. Like,
and swim and dive again is more like
Olympics. I can't think of anything where there's professional swimming or anything. Is there anything like that? Like, I know they've got
not that I know of. I mean, if it is, it's not on NBC, for example, or not on national television.
Right. I mean, like we've seen, like now we're going to have a professional softball league, which we've talked about.
Women's pro baseball is launching this spring, which is awesome.
Right. So we'll have to see if we can get someone on from that because I want to know more about that. I think Monet Davis, right, was part of
Monet
that.
Davis, Kelsey Whitmore, a girl that actually played with my dad's travel organization in town. She went to USC and began an all-women's club baseball league for Southern California schools. She got picked by the team in New York, so we'll be watching her play, obviously, whenever that happens. Kelsey, obviously, is from San Diego as well, and she got picked number 1 by San Francisco. So, there are, I think, Nick, that there's more outlets now for certain sports. But it is, though, still a bit wonky, though, when some schools, even some of the big names, though, they choose to cut certain programs. But again, this is mainly being done, though, for reasons I already mentioned, though, and we'll see where it does take us from here. Nick, over in tennis, in your neck of the woods, though, this one, though, was very much interesting over the past couple days. But Novak Djokovic reportedly stepping away from his own created Professional Tennis Players Association, of the PTPA, which is raising questions about the long-term viability of player-led unions in individual sports like tennis. Without unified backing from its most powerful voices, the PTPA's influence may now be diminished at a time where tennis labor issues remain vastly unresolved. And I think, Nick, we actually even saw a tweet that Novak even said they were like using his voice and like not really representing him, I guess, or whatever the tweet was. Though
I found it,
and you found it though. But Nick, the question though from this topic though, can a player association survive though when its biggest star steps aside, like the PTPA losing Djokovic?
See, here was the confusing thing when you and I originally saw the story. We thought he was originally stepping away from tennis. The way
it was written, I was like, wait, is he hanging up? Is he calling it quits here? What's going on here?
But then I realized this is a players' association, the Professional Tennis Players Association, that he helped to co-found.
Right.
I think mostly for international players, I think is where this mostly was going. I'll read you the thread because he had to write it in 3 tweets in a thread to get it out.
Yikes.
After careful consideration, I've decided to step away completely from the Professional Tennis Players Association. This decision comes after ongoing concerns regarding transparency, governance, and the way my voice and image have been represented. I am proud of the vision that Vasek and I shared. That's the other player. When founding the PTPA, giving players a stronger, independent voice, but it has become clear that my values and approach are no longer aligned with the current direction of the organization. I will continue to focus on my tennis, my family, and contributing to the sport in ways that reflect my principles and integrity. I wish the players and those involved the best as they move forward. But for me, this chapter is now closed. When I read that last sentence, I thought that meant he was walking away from tennis.
Yeah. Whenever you hear someone say chapter closed or this chapter is finished, like the book's closed, like, okay, are you done? Like, is that it?
He is on the old side.
Oh, and I think anyone out there knows that. But also, Nick, I also want to kind of get your thoughts again, as you being someone who played tennis, during your time, on the side or in college or whatever. Because I think that you actually have a benchmarks episode later down the road talking about, though, how hard it is to crack the top 150 where if you're outside looking in, like you're kind of in a way, in the danger zone of professional tennis when it comes to the tour.
We did a few of those. We did one on if you're not, well, it doesn't exist anymore. If you were not in the top 150 10 to 15 years ago, you weren't making any money.
Right.
Now with social media and digital deals and sponsors and all that stuff, even below the 150, some of them are making money now. But yes, back then, if you didn't make the tour, the exempt tour, then you couldn't play in the major tournaments and make the money that was involved in playing those tournaments. But then I had the other benchmarks one where I talk about the core four.
Yes.
Which was Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, Novak, and Andy Murray way back when. Those four dominated the men's tour
and they got eyeballs from casual fans to watch the final whenever it was, in Australia, if it was the US Open, the French Open, at Wimbledon, you name it.
I mean, it got insulting for a while because we couldn't get a freaking we couldn't get a freaking American into the final, for crying out loud. Like,
for all those years, exactly.
I mean, if it wasn't for Serena Williams and Venus Williams, like, where would U.S. tennis have been for all those years?
And even like nowadays, like, I think back to the U.S. Open where Jess Pegula is playing Amanda Anisimova in the semifinal to face, Sabalenka. And I think it was like a major upset in a way because Amanda wasn't probably on people's radar. She kind of got, hot at the right time.
Yeah.
And sadly, when your name is Pegula and you also own the Buffalo Bills, you're prone to being a choking hazard. So I'm not surprised that she hasn't won a major yet still. but I think, though, Nick, it would not have mattered, though, if it was Anisimova or Pegula. They weren't going to beat Sabalenka in that final, sadly.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, in the tennis world, it's mostly internationally dominated. Don't get me wrong, we have a lot more fun up and coming star U.S. tennis talent, but it took a very long time.
Please don't tell me you're putting Nicholas Kyrgios in that category.
No.
Yeah, he's the new modern day McEnroe for guy. You cannot be serious.
And by the way, I don't know if we talked about the battle. Did we talk about it last week? The Battle of the Sexes?
No, but it was a disaster. And sadly, Nick, to no surprise, all the female tennis players are like, please make this shit stop.
And they're talking about doing it again.
And again, they were saying, like, why? We don't need to watch this again.
Like, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there were a lot of eyeballs on it. And I'm sure there was a lot of money and sponsors and stuff. That's why they're going to do it again, because of the money that's going to be involved in the sponsors. Money. If we stay open 24 hours, you'll give us your money.
Sure.
Like, that's if you really want to know the actual reason, like, it's all about the what? Money. It's not about, I hate when they say this all the time in any sport or any matchup or anything. Oh, well, it's entertaining. It's the two top people in the sport. No.
Kyrgios isn't even in the top 10, is he?
No. He hasn't played very much.
And if he does play, it's a damn, nuclear war breaking out with him breaking rackets and cursing at his opponent at the chair umpire like McEnroe.
And hitting shots between his legs and fooling around on court. Like, don't get me wrong. Is Kyrgios entertaining to a certain aspect? Yeah.
He's entertaining, but he's not Pete Weber.
Well, I would put them in the same category of polarizing.
Showmanship.
Yeah.
Bravado.
Don't get me wrong. Kyrgios, here's what I'll say about Kyrgios. If he actually cared and put the time in and didn't fool around on court, he would be a top 10 player.
So you're saying Nicholas Kyrgios is the Angel Reese of tennis?
No, I don't agree with that. I would say, I think Angel Reese doesn't care about basketball, period. I think, like, the basketball is the vehicle for her to do everything else off the court.
Okay. Fair point.
For Kyrgios, I think he does care in some aspects about tennis, but he's made it a spectacle. But the problem is his spectacle is causing more attention for the sport.
Nick, I think to the question though about, again, Novak Djokovic steps away from his own PTPA, the Pro Tennis Players Association. Nick, do you think it's probably harder though for sports like individual sports like golf and tennis to form unions, unlike baseball, basketball, and team sports like that in your mind?
I mean, many years ago, yes. It's become a little bit easier now because these individual sports, these individual athletes are forming together to make a players' union, in a sense, for an individual sport. So it's a little bit more difficult because you have to represent yourself on certain issues when it comes to these things. But at the same time, they all have to band together against the big bad wolves, the executives of whatever that sport is, whether it's wrestling, whether it's UFC, whether it's golf. I'm trying to think of any other sports. I guess the Olympic unions, too.
Yeah.
If you remember when the whole China situation happened with the gymnastics, when the gymnasts, when they lied about their age, remember they had to suspend the union, the China union, on top of not just the athletes, which, by the way, to this day, I will never understand how they got around the age laws.
I think it happened too with the Chinese figure skating team, I want to say as well.
Yes. And also the whole thing with Russia, with all the controversies going on there, that they won't even be represented at the Olympics because of all the controversy going on. But I don't know. This whole thing with Novak, like, he's not leaving the sport. Let's get that out. Number one, he's just leaving the union. And Novak, this is not the first time Novak has spoken out with strong opinions. Remember during the whole COVID situation that he was refusing to get the COVID shot. And then he got banned from traveling, so he couldn't play in some of the majors. Remember, like, he tried to travel and say, "Oh, I'm Novak. I don't have to follow the rules, and I can do whatever I want." No, like, just because you have more power doesn't mean you can do whatever you want.
We'll see where this goes from here. By the way, folks, again, we're still hopeful to get Keith McPherson on. We've had to bump the show or bump his appearance back by an hour roughly. So we're hoping to get him on again by about 2:30 now Pacific time, 5:30 Eastern here this afternoon. And we want to again thank David Shepard, who joined us earlier today. And again, Nick, we'll have that full interview with David by itself away from the episode later on this evening, if not tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the plan. It was a really good interview, so I think it should stand alone partially away from the episode too, so you can hear what we talked about in the industry and ISN, how it doesn't feel surreal to him. By the way, I didn't realize it's only been 2 weeks.
That week of where Christmas hits, and then you wait till New Year's Day, and then when you go back to work on the 5th, it's just such a lull.
Well, it's probably weird for him because the first weekend he came back, he would have been on the air on Saturday and Sunday, and then this coming. I'm still shocked that 2 weeks. They knew about it since October. I think they knew about it a lot longer. I don't blame David. He probably doesn't know as much, but like they probably knew about that halfway into the year, if I had to take a guess. But it's a great interview. We'll put it up in its entirety. We'll do some clips from it as well because there's a lot of. And by the way, we like him even more because he attacked Jason Barrett.
Nick, to fill some time here again, we will, folks, have Keith McPherson. We promise. Keith, again, as we said, he's got a sick child at home, so we've kind of had to move around the furniture a little bit here. So we hope to have him at the bottom of the next hour at 2:30 before we do, in fact, So you're going to be getting a 4-hour show, so you can thank us later for it.
You're welcome.
Nick, to kind of get to some other stories that are off the press right now, we've been kind of in a way watching this story unfolding at the University of Washington concerning their quarterback, Demon Williams. Now, we have some new reporting from Amanda Kristovich of FOS within the last, I'd say, 20 minutes. But Washington Huskies quarterback Demon Williams announced he would enter the transfer portal just a few days after signing a revenue-sharing and NIL contract with Washington football. But now the school, as of today, is now considering legal action. A source familiar with the matter told FOS, confirming multiple reports. The source also specified that Washington's goal would be to hold Williams accountable for certain provisions in his contract, signed just a few days ago, that requires some sort of buyout since he is leaving before the agreement actually expires. As a result, the Huskies did not submit his name in the portal yet, despite a NCAA bylaw requiring schools to do so, per the source, and an attempt to force him to comply with bylaws before he leaves the University of Washington. Nick, yikes.
So if he agreed to a deal,
It's like signing a contract.
It's like signing a contract. First of all, why would you agree to a deal if you know you're going to enter the portal? That's a whole nother problem. It's like, what did I tell you when this NIL stuff was coming? You're going to see legal BS hit the fan because there's no way to regulate this stuff when it comes to NIL and the money and the legalities. Think about it. When you sign an NIL deal, you're signing a contract. And if you agreed to a deal, then you're shit out of luck. And now, whether he accepted the money, we don't know. If he took the money and then said, oh, you signed a deal with me, so I'm now going to walk out the door. You already gave me the money. No, you can't do that. You have a professional obligation you got to fill if you signed a deal for an NIL.
This is bonkers. And Kristovich further writes, Nick, if the Huskies prevail, it could help give schools some kind of power finally in the unrestricted transfer portal era. I mean, you know, the gloves are off here. Furthermore, real quick, the enforceability, though, of these types of provisions has been questionable, as NIL collectives in particular have attempted to include buyout clauses in their contracts with players who leave before their contract is up, though it's unclear how successful they've been in enforcing these particular things. Other notable examples, Nick, Madden Amayaleva, the younger brother of UCLA quarterback Nico Amayaleva, left Arkansas last offseason to join his brother in LA before suiting up for the team, but after signing a contract with the Arkansas Edge, which is the NIL collective for Razorback Athletics. At the time, two prominent sports attorneys told FOS the enforceability of these buyouts could lie in the language used in the contract, like, for example, that using the word damages might be more enforceable than using penalties, as well as the amount of money requested. To avoid dealing with the damages, many schools sign one-year deals with players, knowing they could leave in the portal when the next window opens up, but even those contracts can prevent a situation like that of what's going on with Demon Williams up at Washington. The NCAA and the power conferences have language addressing buyouts for revenue-sharing contracts. Specifically, in a scenario presented, a school can include a buyout provision in a player's contract, and the player's new school would be required to pay it. That money would count towards that new school's $20.5 million revenue-sharing cap from the ongoing settlement. The buyouts, as well as revenue-sharing agreements, would be overseen and enforced by the College Sports Commission. I am getting more and more confused, and I think I'm getting more dumb with what's going on here, sadly.
I want to pull my hair out on these agreements because I don't know how to react. Like, first of all, if you sign a deal, you have to honor the deal you sign. First of all, I think what you read is partially right with penalties and damages. Penalties just means you pay whatever percentage penalty to get out of a deal and you can walk away. A penalty is a buyout. Let's just admit a spade. But damages, like say you just walk across the hall to the competitor, there could be real damages to another team if they're expecting one thing and ticket sales are based off it, or other revenue sources are affected by it. That's damages. If you walk to a competitor to just say, oh, I'm out of here, see ya. So you are right in that effect, reading that penalties, you pay it off, you leave. Damages can really affect a franchise or an organization.
Yeah, so there's one breaking story, Nick. Andy Costaball, Nick, on FOS has another update to the already mentioned WNBA story. Her writing within the last 7 minutes, so just off the press, the WNBA has not countered the players' latest offer as deadline closes in, as the players, again, as we said earlier, are seeking that $10 million salary cap and 30% of league revenue, with the league believing it would cause enormous losses. Annie, in her writing on FOS, writes that a little more than 48 hours ahead of the upcoming deadline on Friday, both the WNBA and WNBPA remain at odds over a new CBA. Per sources familiar with the situation at hand, the union was still awaiting a response from the league to the proposal they submitted roughly 2 weeks ago as of Wednesday afternoon, within the last literally 10 minutes. And that proposal
on strike. We're going on strike. I still don't know what strike means, but we're going on a strike.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we're heading, right? I mean, like, tell me where you and I have been discussing this for how long now?
basically since the finals ended in what, October? September?
So let's see, November. Well, no, it's been longer than that. When we were still on playback doing the games, we were discussing the strikes.
Yeah, so I think I'd probably say, what, April when I first came here?
I would say the original finals when we did that.
Yeah.
So we're talking about what, 7-8 months? We've been discussing this. Come on, it's not going to change. Let's just admit there's a lockout and a strike coming. Now, it all depends how. Remember, the WNBPA did authorize a strike based on what the players voted on.
Andy further says, Nick, real quick, and actually the numbers came out, by the way. Both sides agreed to a second extension hours before the CBA was set to expire in November, as we were literally half an hour away from being on air to break the news. Last month, the WNBPA authorized the strike in a vote that included 93% participation from the players, and 98% voted to allow the union's executive committee to call for a strike when necessary, as long as they gave the 2 days notice.
Wait, 2 days? Or I thought it was a week.
I think they had to tell the league we're going on strike within 2 days notice.
You realize that's like no time at all, right?
Yeah.
Which actually that's a good point, because if they were going on a lockout or strike, we would have had to know today.
Yeah, today it would have had to been today, 2 days.
Now, there's still, at least on the eastern side.
We hope, but knowing our luck, they're going to move the goalpost one more time for a third time.
So on the eastern time zone, which I'm in, that leaves us, what, 7 hours and 20 minutes?
Yeah.
It could happen. We might find out later tonight that we have to scramble for everything. But there might be 2 live shows on Friday, the way this is going and looking. But I don't know. Both sides are assholes. I'm just going to admit it now. Both sides are acting like assholes. And don't get me wrong, the players deserve to be fairly compensated. But now it's become a game of chicken where both sides are basically interrogating the other side. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, this has been a lengthy game of chicken, Nick. It's been sleazy. It's been ugly. Where's Maury Povich? Where's Jerry Springer? Where is Steve Wilkos to break up? Where's Dr. Phil? Where's Oprah Winfrey? Because
I am the father.
I don't know about that. But, I mean, either way, my goodness. So we'll see what happens. I'm sure we'll have to probably be here on Friday ready to go, just in case that the strike is authorized. Maybe later tonight. Who really knows? But we'll see what comes out of it with that. Nick, also, to go back to another basketball story we talked about, I think, last show, where the NBA again has tried their best to curb tanking. But less than 3 weeks after the NBA floated new rule changes to curb tanking, 2 of their apparent culprits have begun to climb out of the cellar. Both the Wizards and your beloved Brooklyn Nets, expected to be the 2 worst teams in the league this year coming into the season, as neither have a star player, which the NBA defies as a player who has made an all-star or all-NBA team in the last 3 seasons. They opened the year with both 1-11 records, while the Pacers contributed to the worst collective starts, though, in NBA history. But now the Wizards have won 6 of their last 10 games, including 5 of their last 7, to move out of the league's bottom 3. The Wizards won their 10th game of the season on Tuesday, which it took until late February to do so last season. The Nets are right above the Wizards in the standings and have won 7 of their last 12 games, including wins over both the Sixers and the Raptors. The bottom standings right now are the Pacers, Pelicans, Kings, Wizards, Nets, Jazz, Hornets, Clippers, and the Mavericks. Of course, Nick, the NBA reportedly was looking to perhaps curb tanking further by adding new rule changes about how it happened. But this year's changes, though, also come amid the ongoing gambling scandals. We talked about, Nick, about the teams not being allowed to pick in the top 4 for consecutive seasons. Lottery positions would be locked by March the 1st, and pick protections would be removed in the top 4 or 14 and higher. It is still unclear, though, if the rules would be changed. Again, Nick, we have long believed, though, that a lot of those teams that we mentioned are kind of those just stuck in mediocrity forever.
First of all, that rule will never get passed by the NBPA about locking positioning on March 1st. Are they kidding? Like, do they really think that that's going to pass? Again, the question I ask is, what happens if a player gets hurt and misses the last month plus of the season? So if they think they're locking positioning, then Patrick Starr is going to have a good laugh about it. So I don't know. It's just, how do they fix this? I have no idea.
Nick, this other story we wanted to talk about too also broke within the past couple days, but this one was very much really kind of out of control. Disney is now Disney is illegally abusing ESPN's dominance in live sports, a smaller rival claimed in a recent court filing. Dish Network said via an antitrust counterclaims court in New York federal court on Friday, in response to a lawsuit filed back in August from Disney. They said that Disney is far more powerful than the cute mouse logo suggests, though. Dish claims that Disney requires it to pay hundreds of millions of dollars every year in excess fees for content that Dish customers do not even watch. The counterclaims, which contain 12 counts, including a attempted monopolization and unreasonable restraint of trade, allege that Disney is using ESPN's popularity to force distributors into bloated, expensive channel bundles while blocking them from offering cheaper sports-focused alternatives. Of course, Nick, you were basically, though, affected by the ongoing issues that, of course, happened with YouTube TV. Thoughts about this now happening with Dish Network now is countersuing Disney for 12 counts of perhaps being a monopoly over sports?
This is going to be a massive problem going forward because of all the digital streaming rights that we have with all these platforms, whether it's Amazon or Netflix or Peacock or name your platform. We might have 10 new ones by the time we grow old and have gray hair. But my point is, I'm starting to lose mine partially from all this. But my point is, there's no way to stop this with all the streaming platforms that are coming up and are gaining more exclusivity to streaming rights. You're going to get companies that feel, oh, it's my content. No, it's my content. No, they're playing tug of war with streaming content. So there's really no way to fix this situation. If ESPN has the contracts, they have the right to do whatever they want.
Exactly.
With the content. It's not strong arming. If they made the deals and paid the money, they can do whatever they want. If Dish doesn't like it, then ESPN will go somewhere else. Look what happened with YouTube TV. For the longest time. Now, I think that was a dog and pony show, if you want my honest opinion of it.
Well, I mean, you were without ESPN for what, 3 weeks?
Something like that. Yeah. And you know what? I think that one was more of just, all right, just pay the damn price, or let's just come in the middle and agree to a price and move on. But if you think about it, everyone would say, oh, Google has the power, they control. No, they don't. It's, if you don't like the ESPN price, then they'll go somewhere else and they'll find another platform to put it on. But it used to be way back when, well, ESPN was the only sports entity, and there was very few television proprietor places to put stuff. But now that you have all these digital streaming networks, like I said, Netflix, Amazon, Peacock, you don't have to worry about these anymore. They're just going to go on Netflix. Look what happened with Major League Baseball. Their opening day is on Netflix next year, and that they're putting the Home Run Derby, aka no one cares about. But if you think about it, these streaming platforms are making it harder for the Cablevision, the Optimum, Verizon Fios,
Fubo,
Charter, Fubo, YouTube TV, because these leagues are just going to say, well, F you, I don't need you anymore. I'm just going to go to Netflix and Amazon and I'll be fine. And I might make more money doing that.
Nick, speaking of MLB media rights, on Wednesday, two writers, both Evan Drielich and Katie Wu of The Athletics, published a piece detailing the uncertainty that 9 Major League Baseball teams face regarding their local rights as Main Street sports groups continues to struggle. Including in the report was a nugget regarding the future of the 8 teams whose local rights the league controls, which are expected to ultimately land on ESPN's DTC streaming service by way of the worldwide leader's acquisition of MLB.TV. Per reports, it will not happen until at least 2027, per Evan and Katie's reporting.
We started to talk about this earlier, that originally it was because the local RSNs, and really it's not RSNs, it depends on which market you're in, their local channels were just saying, well, we can't afford to pay the team rights anymore. So these teams were being left out in the scrap heap with no local channel to go to. But what's really happening now is these teams are saying, because they're seeing what all these other teams are dealing with, you know what? Maybe we should just leave our local affiliate and let Major League Baseball distribute, because then at least we know we're fully covered by the league and we don't have to worry about what we're dealing with anymore.
I think so. I mean, we're of the belief though that very, very soon though that all of the RSN
National
model is it's going to be all national within the next few I'd say months, by the time the NBA and NHL is officially done with their seasons.
The NBA's already the NBA is already there. Think about it in a sense where you have Amazon. Look at the national. Remember we saw that tweet of the NBA national calendar?
Yes.
That Sunday through Saturday, they have at least one national game, whether it's national TV or national streaming. I mean, so what do they have? They have ESPN, ABC, Peacock, NBC, Amazon.
Video.
They cover all 7 days of the week.
They do.
The NBA has a national game in technicality every single day of the week. I'm surprised Major League Baseball is not there yet, considering what's going on with all the local channels with some of these teams. The NFL doesn't even do anything local anymore. They never have, really, except for radio. But the NFL is strictly national. CBS, Fox, NBC, ESPN, and Prime Video. 5.
Yep.
And then if you want to include ESPN Plus and Peacock, which is subsidiary. But at the same point, everything is national in the NFL. And what does it make it easier for fans to do? They can see the games and more of them. And if you want to include Red Zone also, which again is coming back, but it's going to be an ESPN property very soon in the next year or two. But everything is national. NFL Network, if you want to throw them in there, but NFL Network is going to be an ESPN property on top. So, but the NFL, the reason they have so many views is because it's nationally based. You could turn on the television or your smartphone or your tablet or computer, and you're going to see the NFL one way or the other, whether you like it or not. Sorry, but the Major League Baseball, can you do that fully yet? No, you can't watch everything nationally unless you have MLB.TV. You can't watch it, or they disabled or dismantled MLB Extra Innings, I think, didn't they? I
think they did.
I remember years ago as a kid, we had MLB Extra Innings, those extra channels you would find on the TV.
Yes.
And that was the only way you could watch West Coast games, if you remember correctly, unless they were on nationally.
ESPN or Fox.
And if you didn't have that, you had to go get MLB Extra Innings if you wanted to watch the games on the West Coast. And they would all have like their separate channels, and you would see the list and like, all right, channel 400 and whatever is Angels A's.
Yeah.
And it would be the local telecast.
It would.
I think that was even before Red Zone, if I remember correctly. MLB Extra Innings.
Oh yeah, all those were like beforehand.
But the only one that really did it properly was NFL Red Zone, though, because they figured out how to keep an audience and bring them in and not make it expensive. MLB Extra Innings was expensive, if I remember. Like,
yeah, but you got every game out of market, which was nice.
But it was very expensive. I think it was like $25 to $35 a month, if I remember. Mm-hmm. Red Zone, I think, is like $10 a month, which in theory, and you have to remember to cancel or shut off during the off months because they charge you if you don't. But I don't know. It's Major League Baseball is going to be screwed if they don't figure out a national model much faster.
Agreed. Nick, staying in or with NBC, but of course we are now, Nick, 1 month away from the Milan Cortina Olympics. And of course, NBC has rolled out the red carpet of their 82 commentators for the upcoming Olympic Games from Italy. Of course, Nick, no surprise, Mike Tirico will host primetime in Milan, marking his 5th time anchoring the NBC Olympic primetime show, 3rd most in U.S. TV history. Only behind Bob Costas and, of course, the late, great Jim McKay. Rebecca Lowe moves from soccer to the daytime block for her 7th consecutive Olympic Games. And Maria Taylor will, of course, host the Olympic late night on NBC and Peacock, marking her 4th appearance and assignment, while Craig Melvin hosts for 3 days. And Ahmed Fareed will be hosting daytime on February 7th. Will also serve as hosts due to the legendary February assignments. Of course, Nick, like any other Olympic Games, there's a boatload of former athletes who, again, have won numerous medals. Among the Olympians on Team USA will include Tara Lipinski, Ashley Wagner, Adam Rippon, Scott Hamilton, Shaun White, Todd Richards, Lindsay Jacoby Ellis, Ted Ligeti, Picabo Street, Aaron Hamlin Hodge, Kevin Martin, Tyler George, Ezra Freck, Bree Schaff, Catherine Rudiker, Adamek, Johnny Spillane, Joey Cheek, Hannah Carney, Keegan Randall, Jen Bodarelli, AJ Malesko, TJ Oshie, Angela Ruggiero, and Eddie Olchek, all a part of the group that will be heading or working the Olympic Games for opening ceremony. Savannah Guthrie, Terry Gannon, Shaun White, and Tariko will be handling the opening ceremony on NBC and on Peacock. And then for USA Network and CNBC, it'll be Paul Brewmeister, Trenny Casey, I should say, Lindsay Zarniak, Carolyn Mano, George Savarikis, Andrew Siciliano, and then, of course, on Gold Zone, Hanson, Siciliano, Matt Eisman, Jack Collinsworth, and Ashley Wagner. Then on the desk, it'll be Peter Alexander, Sam Brock, Mary Carrillo, Ezra Freck, I should say, Adam Rippon, Gotti Schwartz, Savannah Sellers, and Ann Thompson. And, of course, Snoop Dogg, Stanley Tucci, and Scott Hamilton will also, in fact, be a part of the correspondent group and whatnot going forward. Nick, no surprise with the Olympic Games. You got so many events to cover, and you got to have, as many, A-teamers, but, of course, people to come in off the bench, in a way, to come and help out the cause here. No surprise.
Man, how did I know you were not going to say that phrase? I don't know. It's a lot of people, but you need a lot of people to cover the Olympics to get by. And also, a lot of these are special experts for different sports. Shaun White, who I like. I think he's got a great personality. I love the Snoop Dogg thing. I think that he's carved out himself. Like, he was on an NBA on NBC broadcast the other day while a fight was breaking out or Steve Kerr was getting ejected.
Yeah, the Clippers and the Warriors game, yes.
So he's probably making them a gold mine right now, him being on NBC. Whatever they're paying him is probably not enough either. If they're paying him, I'm assuming they're probably paying him.
Got to pay for that gin and juice contract, baby.
Wasn't that one of the
that was the sponsor of the bowl game in Arizona that he was at.
Presented by Gin and it was the Snoop Dogg Bowl or something. Presented by
it was the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl presented by Gin and Juice by Dre and Snoop.
Oh my God, that's his brand too, right? His drink brand or whatever.
Yes.
Don't get me wrong. The Olympics is great. By the way, if you are a fan of any NBC program or USA Network or anything, get ready for your television to be invaded if you're looking for any of that programming. Or if you're an AGT fan or any of those reality shows, yeah, you're about to be invaded by the Olympics. But I love watching the Olympics and watching the different events, and we'll do some Olympic coverage and break down whatever the media and all that stuff is going down, or if there's any controversial moments, or if we get a Bob Costas pink eye moment where he's hosting the Olympics fully with pink eye. You know what name I didn't see for the first time being part of the Olympics? Ryan Seacrest.
Thank goodness.
Remember,
don't give me any ideas.
Do you remember though? Like, that guy was the hardest working man and still is. But like he did some Olympic coverage, I think, for quite a few Olympics.
I want to say so because now he hosts Wheel of Fortune with Vanna White.
Yeah, I mean, is there anything this guy doesn't do? Like,
I agree, Christy.
I'm looking this up because I almost don't believe it. Like, let's see, is Ryan Seacrest going to be at Milan Olympics?
And by the way, if there are any Dan Hicks fans out there, I know that we love that man during the swimming event with Rowdy Gaines. He is doing alpine skiing this year on NBC for the Winter Games in Milan.
Okay, I stand corrected. He is going to be involved at the Milan Olympics.
Yeah.
So, yes, Ryan Seacrest is expected to be involved in the coverage for the Milano Cortina 2026 Winter Olympics in Italy. His program 2 guys, 5 rings has been confirmed to return to the games.
2 guys, 5 rings. Who the heck's he doing it with?
I don't even know what that is. Do you know what that is?
2 guys, 5 rings. Well, the 5 rings for the Olympics.
I'm looking on his on-air
2
with
guys, 5 rings podcast.
Let's see.
This is with
Matt so it says Bowen Yang
and Matt Rogers. Yes.
And they're kicking off season 2 of 2 guys, 5 rings by dividing headfirst into the 2026 Melina Cortina Winter Olympics. But what is Ryan Seacrest's role?
Is he like a guest host, I'm guessing?
I'm trying to read the story. But it talks about all the the musical appearances. I wonder who's going to be the big act that does the opening number.
Lenny Kravitz.
That would be amazing.
That'd be sick.
I did see a teaser of the NBA on NBC opening because they showed it on TV of him doing the open. I was like, whoa. But Lady Gaga did the opening at Paris, if you remember.
Yes.
Or Cher did it one year. I don't know if they announced who the opening act is going to be. Christy, how is he going to balance this with American Idol coming back on ABC? Well, it doesn't say whether he's going to be there.
Yeah, we're not sure about that, honestly.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. It just says he's expected to be involved in the coverage. So are they going to fake it and have people back here in the States we're live from Italy, and they're going to do the CGI background nonsense? But yeah. What else we got as we now hit the 5 o'clock hour Eastern time here on the East Coast?
Nick, we do have a story that came out yesterday from Sportico's Kurt Bonenhausen that NASCAR Commissioner Steve Phelps resigned in wake of the ongoing lawsuit involving Michael Jordan's race team.
Oh, yeah. Didn't they settle that on the side?
I believe so. But per the writing on Sportico, NASCAR Commissioner Steve Phelps resigned on Tuesday, ending a 20-year tenure with the race series. The move, though, comes 1 month after a settlement in the high-profile trial between NASCAR and Front Row Motorsports and 23 XI Racing that painted Phelps in a negative limelight. Phelps will transition away from the company by the end of the month, and NASCAR has no plans right now to replace him. His duties will be delegated to the existing leadership team per the company's release. Phelps' reputation took a massive hit during the process in the antitrust trial, where Front Row and Michael Jordan's own 23 XI challenged NASCAR's charter system. In August of 23, Phelps sent text messages to NASCAR Chief Media and Revenue Officer Brian Herbst that called team owner Richard Childress a stupid redneck who owes his entire fortune to NASCAR. Childress said Childress should be taken out back and flogged per the text messages that were obtained. After a week plus of the trial, the party settled in a move that returned Front Row and 23 X1's charters for the 2026 season. Phelps worked at both the NFL and Wasserman Media Group before he joined NASCAR in 2005 as the VP of Corporate Marketing and was promoted to CMO the following year. By 2018, he was named COO, and by the end of the year was named the company's 5th president, succeeding Brent DeWar. And then in March, NASCAR owners Jim France and Lisa France Kennedy promoted Phelps to the newly created position of NASCAR commissioner. Nick, the main thing about NASCAR that is a little bit interesting from my perspective is they don't have a California presence anymore because they have lost. They lost the Auto Club Speedway in Fontana. They were going to make it into a short track race, which really was denounced by city residents. They go up north. I think they're bringing a race here to San Diego on a military base in June. I think Father's Day weekend. But Nick, I don't know though about how to feel about this. Obviously Michael Jordan is better known for basketball, but him getting into auto racing was very interesting. I think though that the commentary about Richard Childress though was beyond out of bounds though. But I don't know how to feel about this whole entire thing.
So what? He was the CEO or the COO?
He was the commissioner.
Oh, the commissioner. My thoughts on commissioners in professional sports. Some of them just don't know how to act and behave properly, or they take the power and let it go to their head like an egotistical maniac. The comments are out of bounds, big time. You insult one of the Hall of Famers in NASCAR and Richard Childress?
Come on now. Everybody knows who Childress is, for God's sakes.
You also have to remember that when you're a commissioner of a sport, anything you say or do is going to be tracked. It's going to be tracked. It's going to be
scrutinized by every person out there, good, bad, ugly, or indifferent.
From fans to team owners to racers to anybody, sponsors. Now, he says he stepped away due to whatever. I guarantee you the sponsors probably called behind the scenes and said, get this asshole out of here if you want us to stay as sponsor of NASCAR. No?
Yeah, I would think so without any issues at this rate. Nick, going from all things NASCAR to all things FIFA World Cup that is coming this upcoming summer. After weeks of outrage of over expensive tickets for the upcoming World Cup in the U.S. next summer, FIFA has a solution: $60 tickets for a small percentage of fans in each country, and only a small percentage of American fans have access to these tickets, and even then, those prices are not guaranteed. Each participating member association, or PMA, like U.S. Soccer, would see 10% of the overall tickets in the new supporter entry tier. That means each team's fans would get about 500 of the $60 tickets for the matches their country is playing in. Earlier this week, U.S. Soccer sent an email to insiders with links and codes to apply for World Cup tickets on FIFA's official ticketing program and platform. Those links did not lead to the $60 tickets, and fans posted online in frustration and confusion, saying in part, one Reddit user said, "So FIFA lied again. There is no discounted tickets they promised to give the federation. Absolute joke." Now, the tickets, though, do exist, but they are only available to a even smaller set of fans. A spokesperson for U.S. Soccer confirmed to Front Office Sports that only members of the U.S. Soccer supporter groups, the American Outlaws, Bada 76, and Sammers, will have access to these $60 tickets. So basically, Nick, they're giving people like me who stand up all game, they chant, they bitch, they moan, they scream at the other team, they wave flags and beat drums. We're the only people getting these tickets, though, and you have to be a part of one of those three chapters. That's bullshit.
Make it make sense to me.
I mean, that's the first thought that came to my head. So basically, you have to be in the exclusive club to get the...
Which is absolutely pathetic. As someone who's been a part of the American Outlaws, who's a part of the 18th Battalion in San Diego for SDFC, this stuff is so ludicrous. Like, I understand it because I remember, Nick, I'd gone to like 15 games at Snapdragon this year for SDFC, and how the supporter culture, as you'll hear me and Trevor talk about during one of our benchmarks episodes later on down the road, it's a different animal. You're expected to stand all game and chant in Spanish, wave a flag, beat a drum, flip off the opposing team in a way, like a lot of ludicrous things can go on. And at the last playoff game we had at home that I was at against Minnesota, they actually gave out wristbands because the section was getting to be a fire marshal hazard, because people who did not have tickets in the section were screen grabbing tickets from their friends to get into the section. And they had to clamp down because people were blocking the aisleway during the match if people had to get up and go to the bathroom, get a beer. And obviously that's a fire marshal hazard if something happens.
Why didn't they just not let people sit there?
Or stand there? But what they did, though, if you didn't have a wristband for that particular game versus Minnesota, you weren't allowed to come inside the section at all. And that also keeps away the visiting fans from that.
When did the wristband stop, though?
You would get one when you would walk. If you don't come in through the gate that you have to go in for with the supporter ticket, no wristband, you're not getting in, regardless.
Okay, so then it should be common sense. Why would there be an overabundance of people?
Because the games before against Portland, they were out of control. I complained. Other fans complained about, hey, there's people in my... Now, we don't have seats again because we're standing. The seats are locked, and it's built to look like you're standing, you're just standing up. But you're inclined to at least like stand in a area in front of a seat like you're sitting in it. But, drunk people are coming in and bopping, they're entering your area where you're confined to. I had two drunk women in my lap, basically, for the first playoff game versus Portland. me and my friend are looking at each other like, what the hell is this here? So they tried to clamp down, and so security really didn't do a whole lot, sadly, because it's whatever, but that's been a issue with the whole stadium, not just during soccer matches.
So you're telling me, based on this, don't they have one of those things that helps them?
I mean, they should. They really should. If you ask
what
me,
I'm talking about the
little pitch counter, like the little you punch it. Yeah.
So it tells them, okay, I hit my number. That's it. Closed. Like, you can't come in here. Like,
and I think that our stadium, for our supporter groups, all 8 of us, we have, I think, 3,000 standing spots, and then we have 3,000 standing spots, and then we have one section for families that are a part of the groups, but they can't partake because they got their young kids with them, and I think we have another row of seated seats above us. So maybe we have like 4,000, 5,000 more. But anyway, though, this still right here feels like it is borderline entitlement. If you're a member, like I am, of the American Outlaws or Barra 76 or Basamers, that only you're the only people allowed to buy those tickets that are $60. If you're the common man like yourself, for example, when you go to Shit Life Stadium, you can't pay that because you're not a part of the groups. Like, in a way, it's like entitlement / dare I say it, discrimination.
It's politicking. I'm going to say this again. It's just a different form of it, where politicking determines whether you can pay this price or that price or whatever price. If a ticket is a price, then you got to leave it as a price. It's not fair to say to somebody else, well, you're in the group, you get the discount, and if you're not in the group, you don't get the discount. That's not how most. And soccer is a little bit different from what I'm understanding.
And to piggyback off your thought, that is a thing with my group and our chapter of supporters with SDFC. We do get discounted regular season tickets, and occasionally we'll get a couple bucks off a playoff ticket, but that's here nor there. We know that we're going to be playing games, every season. Unlike the World Cup, we're going to say once in a lifetime experience for a lot of people.
Well, that's a whole different issue because you have a security issue with the World Cup and controversy, and that you want to talk about a fire hazard, the World Cup.
Yeah.
Because of the amount of people that are going to, all the international fans also coming in. You have warnings there. I mean, I'm surprised. Oh, what?
Maybe it's good news for you, Nick. The Yankees, RSN, and Comcast have reached a deal to preserve local access to Yankee games for next season, per Eric Fisher within the last 5 minutes on FOS.
Wait, you mean the Yes Network?
Yes. The Yes Network Comcast carriage dispute, which had gone beyond economics into a broader divide, has been finally resolved as of 5:05 Eastern, per Eric Fisher on FOS.
I mean, that's not a surprise. Everyone wants the Yankee games. It's a big name. I mean, tell me something that's not abnormal. I mean, yeah, the Yankees are the Yankees. The Yankees get every deal they want. But soccer is a totally different animal from any other sport when it comes to tickets.
Man, tell me about it. It is.
Which game was it? And I can't remember if we talked about it early on in the existence of the show, where people were sneaking through the gates at the soccer game. It was an international game, and like the security couldn't stop people from running through the gates. It was
I think that was the Estadio Azteca tragedy, where people were storming the gates and it became like a bull rush and people were getting trampled and people were dying before the match even started. I want to say, I think that happened in 85 or 84.
No, I'm talking about one like fairly, like not recent, but it happened where people were sneaking through the gates, and like as the ticketer, the what's it called, the
ticket takers
were opening the gates, like people were just running through and not respecting it was an international game. I remember that.
I may have to look into the archive of that, but I do know though that it did happen. I think in 85 when at Estadio Azteca, that I believe that El Tri was playing. El Tri's the Mexican national team. They were playing a game, I want to say, and the stadium had like 110,000 people, and it wasn't built to accommodate that, and people were jumping over the gates to get in. They were bull rushing the gates, and people were getting trampled and stomped upon on their way in.
I just found it. The 2024 Copa America final.
Oh, yes, that was out of control.
Where fans without tickets rushed the gates, climbed the fences, and people got in, and security had to start chasing people as they climbed over because wasn't there like a strict rule about the tickets? Also, if I remember,
they were very strict about that. Yes.
Thousands of fans, many without tickets, overwhelmed security with some breaking through turnstiles and other climbing into vents.
Because that was in Miami Gardens at Hard Rock Stadium, which Lionel Messi in Argentina plays for Inter Miami. They won the championship in MLS this past season. People were sneaking in through the air conditioning vents.
Yeah,
to get into the stadium, over the gates, under the gates, through the the player rampways. And again, people were literally climbing through the air conditioning vents to get into the stadium without a ticket that night. I remember it very, very, very.
That's what this reminded me of slightly, that like stadium personnel locked down the gates, leading to chaos, and the game was delayed by over 75 minutes. Inadequate security and high demand led to dangerous conditions, with ticket holders unable to get in and non-ticket holders forcing their way through.
So during the final between Argentina and Colombia, thousands of ticketless fans rushed the stadium gates amidst major crowd congestion, resulting in CONMEBOL, which is the governing body of South American soccer, delaying the game 3 different times by 30-minute to 50-minute intervals. And finally, the game kicked off at 9:22 Eastern. The families of several Argentinian players found themselves delayed at the gate. For example, the mother of Alex McAllister said via an interview that, quote, he was worried and called us constantly to check on us, saying he would stay at the gate until we could get in. Many of the areas and equipment, such as escalators, were damaged. Some fans were seen entering the stadium via ventilation systems, and some people suffered medical issues from the heat and the crowd crush. Many ticketed fans were prevented from entering the stadium, and leading to some seeking refunds that I don't know, Nick, if they even got from CONMEBOL or from the tournament.
I just remember that being a huge story. I remember when it happened, and it was a whole big deal when it caused a ruckus and injuries. I don't know if it caused any deaths, but
it caused a lot of damage, though, to the stadium. Like people had broken they put off, they threw off the AC vents. They had damaged the escalators. They may have, I think they tagged some of the walls around the stadium.
True. By the way, it looks like we got some coaching news. Todd Bowles is back officially with the Tampa Bay Bucks for the 2026 season.
A little surprised at that. I thought a lot of people were going to say he was going to get fired.
I mean, it's not really his fault why they missed the playoffs.
Tampa Bay did not play their best football when it mattered the most. Simple as that.
Yeah, but what did the SVP say by rule? Someone has to win the NFC South?
Yes.
So,
it's like I said, though, on the lounge on Monday, Nick, every sport in some way has that one division that always seems to nap on the job, like the AL Central or the NFC South.
Or if you want to go back to years ago, the Eastern Conference of the NBA.
I mean, and kind of in a way, the NHL specific division is that way. Everybody is like barely skating by right now, and there's like a 3-way tie for third place with 45 points.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's not a bad coach. He's just not the best coach. The John Harbaugh situation is more than one I'm looking forward to knowing, because...
And like you said, I think last night, if the Giants were smart, they would hire him.
Yes, if the Giants would be brilliant if they somehow managed to get him in the building, and they would win more than 4 games for the first time in a couple of years.
Yeah, easier said than done, right?
Yeah, just looking around to see if anything
else that's breaking or developing right now that we got to get to.
I'm looking around. We have about 10 minutes or so before hopefully Keith McPherson joins us. If you didn't know, former host at WFAN. I think he did social media work at Jomboy Media. He was on MLB Network. And he kind of stepped away from his job at WFAN to be a father, essentially.
And he has been on Father Time today, and that's why we've had to kind of push the his appearance back a few minutes here, or for a bit of straight. Nick, we will, though, get to our press clippings now that we're getting close to having Keith on here at hopefully the bottom of the hour. Nick, there's a follow-up, though, to this first story, though, but we heard, though, about Jason Benetti being the top candidate for MLB on NBC play-by-play for baseball. But, though, Nick, one more name is entered the rumor mill. Orioles announcer Kevin Brown.
Yes! Yes. I love Kevin Brown, the Orioles announcer. I mean, we had one of the funniest moments. What was it on a playback?
Oh God, yes.
Was it on a playback stream?
Yes, the Cowsers.
Cowsers.
About Colton Cowser and having a fan section named after his last name, and it was like all about mooing and cows.
And he couldn't control himself from laughing. It was. I have to look this up.
And I think Jim Palmer just kept like egging them on, like you can do it, you can do it, you can do it. But yes, Benetti and Kevin Brown have been named the top 2 candidates for NBC's baseball play-by-play role.
Yeah, I'd be fine with either one, to be quite honest. Benetti is great. I don't know, but he's got so many other gigs though. He's got Fox nationally.
Yeah, doesn't he have like college football, college basketball, and then he's got Tigers baseball, and then he's got MLB duty?
Well, if he's going to take on the MLB national gig, I doubt he's going to do the
Tigers
anymore. Because the national stuff takes more travel than
Tigers.
I mean, who knows? Maybe he does it all. I doubt it. Or maybe he cuts down the Tigers games maybe to less. But I'm assuming if he's going to be a national voice, but like a certain somebody that you don't like on the Dodgers side. He's doing national baseball. He's doing the Dodgers. He's doing the NFL. Does he do anything else?
Has he delved into college football yet? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No.
But I guess it's possible to do local, but he's not doing as much as Benetti's doing.
No,
but
Benetti's got a whole freaking buffet.
I like Kevin Brown, though. I'd love to see him get a full... Like, he does the playoffs, right? When they need the extra voices for Major League Baseball. Like,
I think so.
He'll do... Like, him and Michael Kay will do, like, the first rounds of, the wild card round.
Yeah.
Kevin Brown is great. And, by the way, he handled... If you remember this situation, remember we covered the Kevin Brown situation with... what was the guy's name? Ben McDonald, which, by the way, screw you. Kevin McDonald. I mean, holy crap, the way he handled that situation. I don't think you're ever going to see him on a playoff game again. I don't think.
No way, no how.
The way that situation went. But why was I bringing that? Oh, I think Kevin Brown would be great. I think they should pick him, but I wouldn't be offended if they pick Benetti either. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, either one is a good bet. I mean, I love Benetti as well. By the way,
Oi, what?
Don't worry, it's good news.
Is it?
The American Hockey League and the Professional Hockey Players Association have reached a tentative agreement on a new CBA. The agreement is currently tentative and subject to ratification by the AHL Board of Governors and the PHPA's AHL membership. Of course, when we talk about the East Coast Hockey League, they went on a one-day strike and came back to the table and signed the deal within 1 day after we had the code read about them going on strike. But now my league has a brand new deal in place per reports on the AHL website within the last 10 minutes.
Wow. See, that's how you handle labor. Hey, WNBA, maybe you should learn a thing or two.
Yeah. So that's where we're at with that. Nick, next one, though, of course, WWE's Monday Night Raw did a crossover night this past Monday. Involving Raw with Stranger Things after their season finale wrapped up. And of course, Nick L. Duncan, who we know was swayed away from ESPN to go to Netflix, was seen at the event holding up a custom Stranger Things inspired WWE title belt. Nick, this is just the first step, I think, of Netflix really starting to fully take over the sports entertainment landscape as they already have.
This just sounds like a desperate attempt for attention. Like, I mean, it's not... WWE doesn't need Stranger Things. I mean, they're both on Netflix, so I guess that
you know what they need?
What?
More Cam Scattaboo appearances.
Oh God, please don't get me started with that, please.
And more Diego Pavia appearances. You're welcome.
I'll have a lot to say on that Raw episode on BTR. Yes, I know you will. I don't know. Is it really that necessary? No. Is it good for their attention and their numbers and their social media numbers and clicks? Yeah, it is. But does it really matter? I don't really know.
And then, Nick, our last press clipping here for the day.
Look at all the failure.
I don't know.
The Athletics were denied trademarks for the Las Vegas Athletics and Vegas Athletics team name that they have held since they left Philadelphia, Kansas City, and Oakland. Due to the fact that they're not actually in Las Vegas yet, but still, John Fisher.
Look at all the failure.
Or better yet. God, they are such a clown show. It's not even funny. First of all,
did you see that they're
Clown show, clown show, clown show, clown show.
I mean, for that dive bar group to get the trademark for the Las Vegas Athletics, like, what brilliance! Like, to even go that far, even to get it. I mean, wow, I don't know, John Fisher, you suck, you jackass.
Oh my goodness, man! I mean, just when you think the A's cannot embarrass themselves any further,
Emotional damage.
they are a 3-ring circus, man. And I mean,
There's one more.
Look. I have lived through seeing my team leave with the Chargers going to Los Angeles almost a decade ago in 2017 when they left San Diego. And obviously that's why I don't watch the NFL or really care for it. But yes, we spent 2 hours talking about it on the lounge on Monday. I sucked it up and we'll suck it up to do it because that's what's going to sell, what drives the conversation right now. So, I mean, I do not blame the last dive bar group or fan group of the Athletics for buying the trade or getting the trademark before the team could even do it within the last couple of, I think last couple of years they actually did it.
Yeah, I mean, good on that group. John Fisher doesn't deserve shit. I do have one funny story to share, though. We do have time for it. This was from Front Office Sports. I can't believe I forgot to put this in the rundown because it's that funny. Tiger Woods is hosting a 300-person invite-only party for his 50th birthday at the Breakers in West Palm Beach. Now, listen to this.
Okay.
The party has its own title sponsor.
Oh, my gosh. Okay.
I don't know. It doesn't say what it is.
Probably, I would think it'd be Nike, but okay.
No, he broke off from Nike.
Oh, it's right. Okay.
Let's
Genesis.
see. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Woods will celebrate his 50th birthday January 14th with an exclusive A-list celebrity-packed event at the Breakers in Palm Beach. So big that the party has a title sponsor.
Okay.
Red, Celebrity Legacy presented by EYUS. I don't know what that is. Will bring together around 300 of Woods' extended social circle. Hosted by Woods' TGR Foundation. The party is doubling as an official launch of the nonprofit's 30th anniversary campaign, and the accounting firm formerly known as Ernst & Young is the presenting sponsor. Your birthday as a presenting sponsor?
And I also think I saw, Nick, that you're encouraged to wear a touch of red in honor of his Sunday red to the event too.
Wait a minute. Your birthday has a presenting sponsor.
What? The guy can afford it. If I could get DoorDash or Taco Bell sponsor my 32nd birthday on May 18th, where do I sign up?
You don't think that's a little odd?
Yes, it is a little odd. I agree.
And by the way, I don't know anymore. What the hell is going on in this establishment?
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Can you imagine,
Emotional damage.
Imagine I could just... I don't even know what I would want my title sponsor for my birthday to be. It is in less than a month. I don't know.
CarMax.
I mean, that would be hilarious, but that would have nothing to do with me, though, so to speak. That would be great. Just imagine just like having a sponsor that you can just...
Today, Nick Morgasen's birthday is brought to you by the new crispy tenders at CarMax. Wait, what?
Yeah. What the fook is going on in this organization? Oh, man. What have we gotten ourselves into?
That would be funny.
I mean,
Callan McClurg's 32nd birthday, fueled by Taco Bell and DoorDash.
By the way, John Bon Jovi will perform at the party, which will be
that's a hell of a birthday act right there.
And it says which will be unmistakably tiger themed.
So will he play a tribute to Survivor's Eye of the Tiger?
Maybe. That might be the first song. I don't know.
Bump, 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 bump.
The dress code suggests that guests wear a touch of red, the color Woods wears in the final rounds of golf tournaments, and was the inspiration for his Sunday red apparel brand that launched in 2024.
You know, Nick, I'm glad you brought that up because, you know, we think of sports a lot for like superstition or like weird things that athletes do. There's a few people you would not want to cross with a chainsaw. Hands on knees, Michael Jordan. Kobe Bryant botting his jersey. Tiger Woods wearing red.
You mean just based off what they've done on the field? Or
yeah, just because, like, if you see that across the way, like, you're fucked. Just
what
what
about Roger Federer?
Roger Federer could be there. I mean, I'm just off the top of my head, that's who came to mind.
I'm just thinking, do you remember that commercial, that Nike commercial back in the day? What was it? It was Derek Jeter, Roger Federer, and Tiger Woods.
Yes.
Was there a fourth one, or was it just those three?
I think just those three, I want to say.
There was a Nike commercial. Didn't they also do a shaving commercial together also?
Oh, maybe.
I thought they did, but the Nike one, I thought... Now I got to look this up as we wait for... speaking of, here we go.
Man.
Our final guest for the day, little intro before we let him on here. Keith McPherson, if I can say his name right, Keith McPherson, sorry, has been on WFAN. He did the 7 to 12 slot for a while, stepped away for a little while to be with family and to look at some other opportunities. But you ready to talk to Keith?
Let's do it, baby.
Hi, Keith. How are you?
Yo, what's up, guys? Thanks for giving me an hour of grace. Took a while for me to get home and get some things in place, but I didn't want to cancel. I appreciate you guys reaching out to schedule this. So what's up? How's it going?
Good, man.
Great to see you, man. Thanks for hopping on. We appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem.
So let's get into first stepping away from the fan. I saw your stream while you stepped away. You wanted to be more with the family in that sense, right? That was more of kind of stepping away from the full-time gig.
Yeah, I won't even say it like that. I'll say, I'm a first-time father, and when I took the role in 2021, I wasn't a father at all, and doing nights was something that I thought I would be able to do for a long time. I did it for 4 years. I did 2.5 years once my son was born, but it just became too challenging. It created too much chaos in my life, and, every day was a battle between, leaving the house at 5:30 for a 7 p.m. show, and then I'm leaving when my wife and my son are coming home, or the morning if I do a show till 2 and I got to sleep. You might be able to hear my son right on the other side of this room. My son is bigger now. I don't know if you have kids, but when I signed my contract and when I was doing this, I never envisioned my son saying, I want daddy in the morning at, 7 a.m. and I didn't go to sleep till 4 a.m. So it just, there was, a lot of things going on that made it hard to do the time slot. Now, I never had a problem doing the show. And the thing about WFAN is there was no opportunity for me during the day. I was a hired gun, just a straight up radio host, right? I never produced. So it wasn't like they could say, okay, we'll put you on and be a producer. Like some of the guys on WFAN that kind of went through that traditional intern, board op, producer, and then got to the mic. I just came in and they told me to shoot. So with no other opportunity being present for me, in like October, November, I stepped down. And I stepped down before I knew the changes were coming. So what I'll say is I don't regret the decision. It has been great to go to sleep at night and wake up with my wife and my son and put the family first. And what is even greater is the blessing that comes when people know you're a free agent. And I'm not even a free agent. Like I try to tell people in my video, I'm still under contract for some time. And I'll be back to do some fill-in spots like I just did. But man, the amount of people that reached out to say, hey, what's going on? Can we, bring you in? Or, what are you doing next? Or how can we work with you? I'm like, wow, you do 4 years of radio in New York City at a place like WFAN. There's a lot of people that hear you and respect you. And, Yeah, I have no doubts about where I'm going next or where I'm going to land. I'd like to stay a part of the WFAN family forever, but those seats are tough. Those seats are tough. Boomer and Gio been up there in the morning for 19 years. Shout out to BT and Sal, who actually did get let go, and they thought they were going to be doing that for 10, 15 years. Evan and Tiki, who, their show came together, and Tiki was a 10-year partner with BT, and now they're doing the midday. And here Craig Carton comes back for a third stint, and Chris McMonagle, who's been in there 18 years, doing every single thing possible and was really killing it in the overnight. Now he gets the afternoon drive. Maybe that's the lineup for, and then let me not forget Tommy Lugauer, who's doing, my time slot with the after hours. Maybe that's the lineup for the next 5 to 10 years.
Keith, I'm very glad you brought, though, about the personal grind. Nick lived through it. I lived through it. At one point, I literally went to college and worked as a producer, disc jockey for 2 years. Nick worked at WABC for a long time. And I'm glad you brought the personal pivot, though, Keith, because I live in San Diego. We just had one of our afternoon drive guys, Jim Russell, moved to Philadelphia from KGB AM 760, which was an iHeart media station, because his family is, his wife's family is there, and his wife miscarried, and they were obviously shattered. So I totally understand the pivot, though. As you're saying, you have a young son now, or a son, and at the time when you signed the contract, though. But I guess, though, Keith, how difficult was it maybe to step away from that full-time role in, an industry that is such a grind 5 days a week, though, filling those time slots as you were?
It was not something I was willing to do, and I champed it out for 2.5 years, not sleeping, getting up mornings to help my wife and help, change my son's diaper or help get them out the door, or nights I would cut it really close with New York traffic where, I'd be on at 7 o'clock. Sometimes I'm not walking into the building until 6:45, cutting it that close because I stayed at home. It's tough. No one wants to give up a solo New York radio show. And I remember that's one of the first things I said to my bosses. I looked them all in the eyes and said, I don't want to give up my show. But to sacrifice your at-home life and your family situation is tough. And it just kind of got to the crossroads where, all things considered and the sum of all things, I'm like, this is what needs to happen for us to move forward. And like I said, I made that decision and I made that announcement on my own social channels, and the amount of people that reached out to me, I was like, okay, this was destiny. This is what God, wanted for me. This is the universe never unconnects. Like this was always my path, right? Shout out to Steve Summers, who did the nights for so long. I talked to him recently in the building, and I was like, man, I'm sleeping again. I'm like, just the first couple of weeks, I was having headaches, and I was having a tough time adjusting, to a regular sleep schedule. I'm like, did you ever deal with that? He's like, no. He's like, I don't sleep regular now. I'm like, it's crazy to think about radio, because radio is on all the time. And in a place like New York, the city that never sleeps, specifically WFAN, we keep a host on through the night, into the morning, the wee hours. You can call that radio station and talk to somebody at any time. It's not like that across the country. It's automated across the country. There are national shows across the country. Not the case in New York, but it's hard to find the people with the talent, with the know-how, and the schedule that can make that work. And I just grew into a person that could no longer do nighttime radio for the sake of my family. And I think that was how it was always supposed to end.
I'm curious because I saw your final video, and I see a lot of people have speculation about what happened, of whether you were fired, which we all know you weren't. I knew you.
Yeah,
weren't.
I would say it. I don't know. You guys know how the internet is. Yeah, the lie is always better than the truth if it's salacious, if it's scandalous. But I'm like, I try to be so honest and transparent. I'm like, listen, if I was fired, I would come out and I would put a video out and say, hey, I was let go today.
It's wild how people speculate about your situation and what people were saying in those comments. I was watching that video and I was like, holy cow, these people don't understand how this industry works.
Right. That too.
They do. They think they do.
What did I do to get fired?
Exactly. I'm like, wait a minute.
I've been a good soldier these last 4 years.
And also, who's pushing me out? And all respect to Tommy Lugauer, who is now doing my spot. There was never any conversation about pushing me out for Tommy, because Tommy was with Evan and Tiki. So, Yeah, no, I don't know. People rather, and I thought that was kind of weird too, was right around Thanksgiving and the holidays. I'm like, you people rather come up with that I was kicked to the curb, fired before the holidays. Like WFAN wouldn't do that to me. I've sacrificed too much time and energy and put, so much sweat equity into that brand and that station. They weren't kicking me to the curb the week of Thanksgiving.
No. The other question I want to ask too is 5 hours is a long time on any station, regardless of New York or any station around the country. Can you kind of tell the audience like what it's like putting together a 5-hour show and sometimes not knowing exactly when you're going to be on because you're on in that slot where games are on constantly?
The first thing is you've got to change your mentality. And, when Steve Summers did it, they called it the marathon. And I remember them telling me, hey, we're going to wait your first show. We're going to give you the marathon. And so I went in saying, keep McPherson here for the 5-hour marathon. And I had a friend, shout out to Andrew Levy, who was like, you're not a marathon runner, you're a sprinter. And he's like, make it, make it not seem so grueling. And so I started calling it a 5-hour sprint. So my mentality was, we're going to run through the tape. We're going to run through every hour. And then even when I would do my show, I'd count down the hours. I'd be like, inside the 10 o'clock hour. And, I kind of cue up the 11 o'clock hour. And the 11 o'clock hour, open mic time. Whatever you guys want to talk about that we haven't talked about, we'll hit in the last hour. So it's like, it's basically structuring. Like that first hour, I never took any guests in that first hour. 7 o'clock, I'm just going to come out of the gate firing. John Harbaugh, he's out here. The Giants got to go get him. If he wants Joe Shane out of there, he gets to say that. Like you come out with your hot takes and your thoughts and you get right to it for 15 to 20 minutes of the open. You go to break. Then you come back and there should be a full rack of calls if you did your job right and you start to talk to the people. And then you take another break. And then when you come back, there's the last minutes of the hour, which is probably like 7:40 to 7:54. And you can kind of start to tease what you're going to do the rest of the show, the 8 o'clock hour. Then sometimes I would schedule guests. I would always schedule my guests on about 10 minutes to a quarter after the hour. So, maybe in my open, I'll say, at 8:15, we've got Pat Leonard from the New York Giants. At 9:15, we've got John Heyman from the New York Post. At 10:15, we've got Antoine Staley from the New York Daily News to talk Giants, Mets, and Jets. And so like that way, I kind of had that in my mind too, that like, okay, if we hit the Giants in the first hour, we'll talk to that reporter. But when we're done with that, we're done with that. When I come back, we're going to talk Jets and then, or we're going to talk Mets and then we'll talk to that reporter about it. And then we're done with that. And then we come back, we'll talk Jets. And like, it's about being prepared to talk about all of the different teams with the topics of the day and the news stories, but then also being able to interview someone and have a couple questions lined up and some off the cuff things to ask the person that you're interviewing. That's the expert on the teams. And then when you spoke about there being games on, that might be while the Knicks are on. And you say, hey, we're going to do a ride along. I'll keep you updated on the Knicks score and what's going on. Jalen Brunson just left the game in the third quarter with an ankle injury, but the Knicks are up right now 88-75. We'll get back to the calls at 888-808-1019, and I'll keep you posted on that.
Got it.
Yeah, Keith, more importantly, I think nowadays, and this was something, though, that they tried on MLB Network, obviously, but also your time at Jomboy Media that kind of led, though, to perhaps the role with MLB Network at one point with the Off Base show. Before I talk about MLB Network, though, Keith, let's talk about Jomboy Media. Obviously, they're great. The content there is great. All of the different angles that they come at the sports world for. The breakdowns, the bad lip reading, whatever. Keith, though, what do you believe that legacy radio or TV executives still don't quite understand about this is how the younger demographic of sports fans consumes their content is not with, a radio or TV, but via a smartphone or a tablet scrolling through social media nowadays, as you probably know very well from your time at Jomboy?
Oh, yeah. What I'll say that Jomboy knew and some of these radio stations are still trying to figure out, and linear television stations. Like I worked at MTV and I ended up leaving there because they didn't get it. I remember telling them at MTV they wanted to bring back TRL. And my phrase that I used was, these kids aren't running home to watch TV. They've got the TV in their pocket. They can turn the TV on at any time. Yeah. So what Jomboy did was attack that TV in your pocket, flood the internet with content his YouTube channel, there was something going live every couple hours. And he created this whole Jomboy universe where they rented out a warehouse and did the warehouse games. You know, they were doing trivia. They watched old game shows, old baseball games. Of course they did Talkin' Yanks, Yankee baseball podcast, but there's 100 of those. Of course they did Talkin' baseball podcast, but there's 1,000 of those. They also were there early. Like, they've been doing podcasts since 2017. A lot of people are just getting hip to the game now. And not only were they doing podcast, there was a vodcast. Like, there's a video to go along with it, not just audio only. I don't think they did much audio only. They were smart video. And I specifically worked with Jomboy during the pandemic, where you literally had a captive audience. There were no games going on. There was nowhere to go. You couldn't go to the movies or a concert. People were stuck at home. And what I always tell people about Jomboy, whether he meant to do it or not, the first office that we had was at 930 Grand Concourse, right up the street from Yankee Stadium, and it was in a residential apartment building. So when the pandemic closed all the commercial buildings, you can't close a residence where people are coming in and out that live. So we were allowed to come in and out of that place. And even though I didn't go in as much, and some of the other employees didn't go that much, Jomboy, Jake, and a couple of those other guys, they went in there every day and did their thing. And so they were able to grow during the pandemic, that when things got back up and running, I mean, they were strong, and look at them now, you know. So, you know, props to Jomboy and Jake for taking social media and what I was calling fan-made media and kind of forcing their way into traditional media.
So then I guess that leads me to my other part of my two-pronged question, though, Keith. Then you get asked to come on to MLB Network during the course of the past couple seasons. They ran off base in like the noon to 1 o'clock Pacific time slot, leading into MLB Now with Brian Kenny, then eventually Intentional Talk with Millar and all of them. And that kind of attacked baseball from a new avenue in a way with you and LG. God bless her soul. I know that her and her husband, of course, had lost their young child over the course of a summer. And then you had the player perspective with Xavier and maybe like a Anthony Decker, for example, or a Jake Peavy, one of my favorite parties of all time. And then like the other big name writer like Hannah Kaiser for a long time. Keith, what probably in your mind, though, did you guys try to accomplish an off base, but also do you think that your program, which I know got relegated to a podcast now on Sundays with X and LG, but with what the show tried to encapsulate, though, like kind of like the fashion of the game and the guys kind of showing their personalities a bit more. I know that you guys were very big, as I am because of my organization in San Diego, about the guys pimping the home runs and having fun with the game and stuff. But do you believe, though, that the off-base era that you guys had helped baseball media kind of loosen like the tradition purist or the gatekeeping tendencies around Major League Baseball when it comes to how the game should be covered?
Yeah, I mean, it was called off base because it's supposed to be off the baseball conversations that were had all day, every day on the platform. We weren't supposed to spend too much time talking about metrics, talking about BABIP and xWOBA and, things like that.
Real, I don't mean to cut you off, Keith, but I'm just going to throw a disclaimer. I despise Brian Kenny for how he treated Joe Musgrove in the 22 wild card round versus the Mets.
Mm-hmm.
I've never liked the guy ever since, but please continue.
BK, I didn't have too many interactions with BK, but BK is BK, and that's the thing about baseball. There's a lot of really smart baseball people that do kind of gatekeep and act like, hey, if you don't talk baseball at this level, you're not at our level. Okay, that's fine. Not all of us want to be. Like, when you broke down the people that were in there, Xavier Scruggs is there because he's a former player. He can share that experience. LG is a trained television professional that is going to bring us in and out of the commercials and give us that credibility. Hannah Kaiser is a writer, and she's super smart. Like, she knows history. She knows ins and outs of what's going on right there. And then here comes Keith McPherson, a radio host who is on the fan, talking to fans, and is a fan himself. When he leaves this set, he's going to drive to Yankee Stadium and sit in the middle of the bleachers. So that combination was to give people a different perspective And we were going to talk about what the guys are wearing, what walk-up songs they're playing, what they're posting on their social media, what they like to eat, what ballpark food is being featured, what are fans doing in the stands? Are they doing a snake cup in Wrigley in the bleachers? Like, just things that were going on in baseball to show people, like, baseball is fun, baseball is cool, this stuff's popping on social media. Let's put it on your TV screen so you could see it and hear some people laugh about it, talk about it, and have some different segments about it as well.
One more before I give Nick the floor back about Emily Nelwer, Keith. Do you have a good Sarah Lang story by chance?
Oh, I love Sarah Lang. So I actually was the first person, and it hurt to find out about her condition, but I was the first person to wish her well and shout her out on Off Base on MLB Network. It's just because, like, when that news broke, I think it was the day we were going on, maybe right before we got on, and it wasn't in the program, but I looked straight in the camera and shouted her out. She is, man, she's so smart, and she's such a baseball fan, but, like, such a professional in her research and how she goes about things. And now you're seeing the warrior spirit that she has, how she's fighting this battle. It hurts my heart to even talk about her. When I do see her, I haven't seen her in a long time, but when I do see her, like, I do want to go up to her and just try and give her some strength. But, you know, God picks battles for certain soldiers, and because of who she was before this and built up to, and now she's carrying it, this was her journey and something that was meant for her to kind of, shed more light on. And I pray for her, and I hope she lives a long time, and I hope she fights this and battles this, because she's someone that is becoming an icon in baseball. And I just wish her the best. And when we found out that news, I was the first person to look in the camera and say, shout out to her, and keep doing your thing, and you're in our prayers, and we all got you.
So I want to go back because I saw you make the face for Heyman when you mentioned him before. I kind of want to know more about that interview that happened on the Fan. So I saw that reaction. I saw the mock of the arson judge situation. And was there anything else that we don't know about that situation?
Yeah.
What happened? Or was it just like a natural situation happening?
So John, I think the only time I ever saw John, I think I saw him twice at MLB Network. One, John was aware of me at MLB Network. How could he not be? Him and Joel Sherman are both on shows there and, like, walk around the hallways in the cafeteria. And I think I first saw John Heyman there. The second time I think I saw John Heyman was in the Yankee media area, where I don't go too often, because as we talk about people in their baseball level, that's where all the writers are. That's where you can find Joel Sherman. That's where you can find Passan. That's where you can find Brian Hoke. That's where you can find Chris Kirshner, all the Yankee beat writers, and even the national writers, whatever. And I got no problems with any of them. I had no problem with John, but I am a child of the internet. I did all of this through social media. As far as getting noticed and being seen, I built my Twitter, I built my Instagram, I built my YouTube, TikTok, all of that on my own. That's how I got on. There's no nepotism. There's no, I like literally got on because I quit my corporate social media job and started building my brand. So I say that to say this. The day that John came on with me, I didn't book him. I didn't have his phone number to book him. But we had kind of known each other. And so my producer, Connor Green, I remember I went home to visit my mom, and I live in Monmouth County, or I live in Hoboken, but I had to go down to Monmouth County, and then I just didn't have time. And I'm like, listen, bro, I need, 3 guests. And Pat Leonard was my first guest, or one of my guests, but John Heyman was my first guest. And I remember listening to John Heyman with Michael Kay. He also did a Bleacher Report live, and and I was like, yo, everybody's asking him the same things about Juan Soto. And so I was like, I'm going to joke with him and try to break the ice and have fun on a Friday night and take the internet approach.
Yeah.
The internet approach is like always talking about his relationship with Scott Boras and how he's getting a cut from Scott Boras and how he works for Scott Boras. And so I did not realize, one, that was the anniversary of the arson judge tweet. I had no idea. And so when I brought that up, I was like, yo, like, I'm trying to coach him up and be like, you got to shrug that off, man. Like, yo, you've been doing this for so long. Everybody in baseball knows you, but he's got a sore spot, a sensitive subject for him. And I did not know that. So
he's known to blocking people on Twitter.
And I didn't know that either because I was following him. He was following me back. He even gave me a big shout out to be like, yo, I'm going on WFAN with Keith McPherson. So, hey, I didn't know right there. That was one grenade. But then the way that I approached the Soto thing, we all knew around where Soto's contract was going to be. We knew the teams that were in on him. We knew how many years in AAV. And so I was just like, yo, dude, I'm like, as much as you're writing and covering about Soto, like if you get 10% of that contract, like that's like a year's salary. Like, yo, you and so I am very lighthearted. I don't take myself that serious. My show comes on Friday night. It's 8:00 at night. It's the end of the week. Everybody's been on Soto watch. I'm thinking that he'll get a laugh out of it. 8-9 minutes into it, he starts to get hot and he says something about like, this is a disaster. I won't be doing this again. And I don't care, but I'm trying to be professional and say, oh, no problem. Like, I don't need you to come on my show. Nobody needs you to come on the show, bro. Like, a guy being on a level, right? And then I started to understand. He was like, you're not a journalist. You don't understand how any of this works. Like, and then he started freaking out. And it blew up into this thing that went viral. And what I'll say is, I didn't even understand at the time. Like, I didn't even understand how big it was going to be. But the CEO of Odyssey saw me at the Christmas party, and she said that out of all of the constant Juan Soto talk, that was the thing that went viral, and it spiked their social engagement. It spiked the meters where people were turning on the radio, people were going in the app and going back to it, and it is a forever moment that like is attached to me that I wasn't really trying to manufacture. And like so many people did think pieces on it and said I was disrespectful and a hack or whatever. I was like, please, man. I'm like, I would apologize to John, and that's what happened after. I tried to get his phone number. He didn't want me to call him, so like we did all his back channeling. He talked to my boss. He talked to my producer. And then to end it, and this is where I end it because I just laugh about it now, I run into him at spring training in the media area at the Yankees facility. And I literally put my hand up like, hey, John. And he looks at me and he dips the other way. And I felt like I was the bully in high school that like ends up in the hallway with the nerd, and the nerd sees you and runs away. And it made me feel, at that point, it made me feel bad because I'm half his age. And I'm like, I don't want to be this. Like, that wasn't my intent, dude. I have respect for your career and who you are and what you've done. And I thank you for coming on my show. And I'm sorry that you blew up that night and that turned into that. Because he even went online and made it worse. Somebody asked him if he dropped any N-bombs, and he said yes, but I guess he thought like it said F-bombs. Like there's this whole thread that popped up. And I'm like, John, go to sleep. Get off of Twitter. It doesn't help. But hey, it helped me. My followers went up that night. That's a forever moment on the radio. And that's something that I was able to play off of. And I did not know. I did not wake up that day or even put my show together that day thinking that was going to happen.
Wow.
Damn.
That's a great story.
So thanks, John. Yeah, thanks, John. Thanks for blowing up. And like, I think it was born out of not having respect for me as a young radio host who's not a journalist, didn't try to be. I went to school for communication, radio, and television. Like, the journalism spot was right there. I didn't care for that. But like, because these guys have been doing this for so long, and there's this new age of new media, like Jomboy and those guys, a guy like me who literally made his name just from tweeting and going to the stadium, they don't respect us. So I think that was born out of, I don't respect you. I'm on your radio show. I don't have to be doing this. How dare you disrespect me? When I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, I was being lighthearted. It's a joke. It's a joke. Take a joke. Or you take yourself that seriously. He takes himself that seriously. I don't take myself that seriously. People make jokes about me all day. Worse, people say terrible things about me all day, and I just let it slide off my back.
The one thing I just wanted to follow up with, obviously you were at Jomboy doing digital and social, then you go back. I find it interesting that you went from digital to radio in that regard. How did that come to be? I'm just curious how because I've heard you say before, like you said you met with the executives of Odyssey or FAN. How did you go from Jomboy to FAN? Because that's kind of a reverse path in a sense, kind of, right?
No, it actually makes sense because I was at Jomboy and I was hired really to do social media digital, and I was doing a lot of that on the back end. But as the company started to grow and we found people that were specifically just digital people, that didn't do any on-camera stuff, I started to delegate responsibilities where I knew I was doing the Talkin' Nets podcast. I needed to be more involved there. I was doing Pinstripe Strong with Joe's McFly. I needed to be more involved there. And that honestly started to fracture some of my relationship with Jimmy and Jake, because they're like, we hired you to build our stuff and not your stuff. And I'm like, sorry, guys. Like, if my name is on a podcast or a brand, I'm going to put effort into my name's sake, and I'm going to make sure you guys are covered as well. But look at how that led me to WFAN. WFAN airs the Yankees games and the Nets games. And through doing the Talkin' Nets podcast, which was one of the top Nets podcasts, and the Pinstripe Strong podcast, which was out there too, Spike Eskin came in looking for a younger, more diverse digital presence for the next nighttime host, because Steve Summers at the time was 74. Here I come, where I'm already in the space of the two teams that are broadcasted on the station. I didn't do a Giants podcast, but I played college football, so I obviously have football knowledge. And I started to have a little bit of buzz. I did my audition in August, and their social media spiked as far as how many people were tweeting and adding and talking about WFAN that night, and the rest is history. They're like, this is the guy. This is clearly the guy. If we're trying to get more digital, if we're trying to reach these fan bases, if we're trying to get younger, if we're trying to get more diverse, he's a black guy. Here we go. So it all kind of helped itself. Now I think there are people in radio that spent the last 15 to 20 years only doing radio and not taking social media serious, and they're trying to figure out social media now, and they're behind. I was doing it all at the same time.
Interesting. So what do you make of all the YouTube simulcasts? Like I've seen your show on FAN being on YouTube simulcast, all of that. Everyone making a big deal of the video simulcast. Now we're going to see a bunch of the sports podcasts going behind the Netflix paywall and all that stuff. What do you make of that? Like the video side,
I love it,
of the podcasting being more of a big deal than it ever was before.
I love it because it's not going to end, and they're going to keep looking for the next guy and the next group and the next podcast, and it should give people this place to shoot for. That hey, you could start in your room doing a video podcast, and the next thing you get a set, and then the next thing you're on Netflix. So I just think what they want is to own these shows and take them off YouTube, where they're seeing these millions of views on YouTube for Pardon My Take. No, now we want that. And so who's making the next Pardon My Take?
That's interesting. That's an interesting way to think of it. And I guess one of the final ones I'll ask you, what do you make for a college student coming out of school now, obviously with the business being way different? Because I remember growing up with, you have to do all the video editing, you have to know how to do all this stuff. Now it's a lot of self-made, a lot of doing a lot of this stuff. What would you tell somebody who's coming out of college? What's the best way to approach this business?
Yeah, I tell all these kids now, the older guys in this business they're trying to glue themselves to these chairs. And you younger guys trying to get in the business that want so badly to work at WFAN or ESPN Radio or Sirius XM or wherever, Fox, NBC, traditional media is looking to new media for their next stars. So if you're good enough, they will come find you. Put yourself out there. There are no gatekeepers on TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram. So build your podcast, build your channel, put out your takes, build your brand, put out your content. And if it gets good enough, big enough, they're gonna come get you. That's it. It's that. And get little jobs that you can get. But still, when you get out of school, there's no reason for you to stop getting reps. There's no reason for you to stop adding to your reel, your portfolio, because you can set up a camera in your house and broadcast to whoever is in your audience. And I was just live last night, and some guy jumped in my chat and he goes, "Oh, huge audience here on YouTube. You've got 29 people." I said, I don't care. When I started doing this, I had 0. I had 4. And I've done 4 years of New York City radio that reached hundreds of thousands of people. I would do this whether there was 5 people watching or 500,000.
It's an interesting way. I mean, look at BT with his channel, with BT Unleashed. I mean, I look at it the same way.
Rocket ship. And I had no idea that he was planning on doing that or it would take that fast. But I'm impressed and I'm happy for him because BT is 51 with a house and 2 kids. He's got to go after it. And I'm glad to see he's got that support. Me, I don't have to take off on a rocket ship on YouTube. I've got a long career ahead of me. There are multiple people interested in me with built platforms. Like, I'm good.
Well, that's what I was good. Actually, I'm glad you brought that up. So is the plan to be like your own YouTube presence? Are you looking to get back?
But you need one. Like, you should have one. You should own your IP. Like, if all else fails, like, you should still be able to go live in your own apartment. And so, like, I had this built before I knew I was going to leave WFAN. So it was nothing to just turn it back on. But no, and I was saying last night on the stream, just stay tuned. Give me some time. I still want to do shows on WFAN. I've been on TV. I'm going to be back on TV. I'm young in the game. You know, there's guys 30 years older than me in this game. This is not it for me. Please just don't rush me into what you want. Like, I'm still evolving and becoming and growing out here in New York City. I made it in New York. I'm not done making it.
I give you a lot of credit also on the air because I've heard lots of comments come at you during shows. Some good, some not so good, some derogatory, like you were saying before. Tell me how you let that stuff roll off your back, because that's tough in the business doing these shows.
Yeah, it is. You got to get thick-skinned. You got to get callous to it, and I've become immune to it. It hurts, man. It's hard, especially like when you're black and there's so much racism. And then like it also hurts when you're a good guy. Like, I'm not an asshole. Like I try to give people time. I try to give people runway on air, and then when they hit me with stuff, it's like, it's like so offensive because it's like, hey, I don't know who you are, John in Connecticut. Like, for you to be so abrasive, for you to be so negative and nasty towards me, like I didn't do anything to you. Like, whatever your issue is with me, I don't know you. If you don't like the way I look or the way I sound or the way I said something about your favorite team or whatever, like, you don't have to make it so personal. But it comes with the territory. It comes with it. I've learned so much about sitting in that power chair. You are the blessed one. You are the one that gets the opportunity. You got to wear it. You got to take it, and you got to be above it.
Yeah, I totally get it. And I appreciate everything you've done in the industry. And one, I appreciate you giving us all the time, number one, because you could be doing a lot of things now, including growing stuff for your platform. But Keith, thank you. It's been informative, and hopefully we can talk down the line.
Yeah, I'm glad I could make it, guys. Appreciate it. Talk soon.
All right, man. We'll see you around. All right. That was Keith McPherson. As we wrap up the show, Callan had to run to work, and I'm going to wrap things up here. Great show today. Unbelievable show. As we wrap up, we gave you a 4-hour show with two incredible guests. You heard David Shepard, as you saw in our guest lineup, David Shepard and Keith McPherson, who you just heard. Both those guests, both those interviews will be put up individually in their entirety once this show is done. And I will make sure everyone gets those interviews separately. David Shepard, who was on Infinity Sports Network, part of it for the 13 years it was on. Also on Sirius XM NBA Radio. Go check him out. He does the post-game shows, and hopefully he'll get up into doing some of the actual weekday shows. Hopefully. And Keith McPherson, who was on full-time on WFAN, now still doing shows on WFAN, doing stuff on his YouTube, also doing some digital stuff. He was on Jomboy Media for many years. This guy's got an incredible background and resume. He will be great. I'm sure many networks are going to come calling for him as well. But that'll do it for episode 29 of Press Row. Make sure you follow us on social media at Press Row ETB, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok at Press Row ETB. Make sure you follow us on YouTube, youtube.com/ETB Network. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Help us grow. Help us get to those 4,000 watch hours so that we can bring you more incredible content. Callan had to run to go to work, so I finished up the show. But that'll do it. Make sure you join us next week for episode 30 of Press Row. Big round number for the show. YouTube.com/ETB Network at Press Row ETB. Make sure you follow Callan at Callan Back Sports, myself at Morgasen Radio. Thank you to everybody who watched. Thank you again to, like I said, David Shepard and Keith McPherson. We're working on some big guests for next week. We will let you know when those guests are around. That'll do it. Make sure you join us every Wednesday now, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Time on the Empty the Bench Network platforms. And we will see you again next week. Have a good day, everybody. We will see you next time.